You are now witnessing the 19th live coverage and watch along on the In This Corner podcast. It's your host, the legend Todd Finney himself. Y'all know what the slogan is, no BS boxing. Hey man, tonight's the night. I am covering Gervonta Tank Davis versus Ryan King Garcia. This fight is in Las Vegas, Nevada at the T-Mobile Arena. Shout out to everybody. I know this is a big fight because I got so many comments in the comment section, and I ain't even been live. So shout out to everybody, man. Before we get started, I just want to give a couple shout outs. I gave a couple shout outs earlier when I dropped the prediction video. Yeah, so shout out to, Jesse Williams for subscribing to the channel. Shout out to QCat2999 for subscribing to the channel. Shout out to my guy John Bass for subscribing to the channel. Shout out to the Starlet Jade, and shout out to Mr. Isis Hall for subscribing to the channel. Appreciate you guys. And shout out to my guy G5 Jeff TV. He may be coming on and covering the fight with me. Shout out to him, and also shout out to my boxing nephew Chris G. He may be coming on after the fight's over, and shout out to Wilton from the Last Ones at the Bar podcast. He may be coming on once the fight is over as well. So, shout out to those guys. And I shout out to everybody that's tuned in, man. Ryan Garcia just got in the ring on my end. I don't know what's going on you guys' end, but I'm going to get into these comment section. Shout out to my guy, Gabriel Ruiz. He says, good evening, fellas. Good evening to you, man. Appreciate you. My guy, William Byron in the building, man. Shout out to William Byron. He says, good evening, my man. Good evening. Salute to y'all. Gabriel Ruiz, he said, what up, Ty? Any thoughts on Morrell Jr. you want to point out? And I said, Morrell, he doesn't have a lot of fights under his belt, man, but he's a big guy. He's a tall guy. He comes to bring it. He had the fight that he had with Ados Yaborsanoli, Yaborsanoli went into a coma after that fight. So, he's well now. So, I'm happy about that. This is a brutal sport where you can seriously get hurt. But, yeah, David Morrell, man, he's a fresh fighter. He doesn't have a lot of fights under his belt. And I think that makes him a threat. I think he's ready for the guys like Andre, David Benavidez, Charlo, those guys. But it's all depending on how his team will move him. You know what I'm saying? So. And for everybody, man, I got my Baltimore hat on. I had to rock this today, man. I'm going for my guy Tank Davis all day. For those of you who don't know, man, I am from Maryland, so gotta go with my guy Tank. William Byron says, I'm depending on you, Ty, laughing out loud. I couldn't afford this fight after all the stuff I had to pay. So I'm watching your stream and reading the live play-by-play on Bad Left Hook. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, I'll see your comment later. I'm going to get to that. So I know you ordered a fight, though. So, salute to you. Ray says, no, I know that at Tifa. I meant listen to your comments will help. Got you. He says, because Bad Left Hook has a run-by-round, play-by-play, I'll be fine. But your educated opinion on these things makes me feel like I'm watching them with friends. That's all I mean. Salute to you, man. Appreciate you. He said he knows how YouTube is. Got my boxing buddy, Nikki T, in the building. She says, hey, I'm here. My heart is beating so hard. Yeah, when we have these big fights, this is like fight of the year, man, for 2023, man. Two guys in the prime. Both guys got explosive power. So, I'm nervous for this fight as well, man. But, both guys in the prime, both guys got explosive power. They both share some of the same opponents. So I'm looking for fireworks tonight. Gabriel Ruiz says, hey, Nikki, who you got? He says, William, who you got? William says, I'm with Tank, but I give much respect to Garcia. They're both legit, which makes this such a fight. Nikki, I know how you feel. Facts. I'm nervous. I'm just as nervous as you guys. Nikki says, thanks, y'all. I have Tank all day, but anything can happen in boxing. Facts. And Ryan Garcia, man, he has a crazy hook, man. And I'm concerned that Tank can go in. Tank is a shorter fighter, but we seen what Tank did with Mario Barrios. But Ryan Garcia, his speed is next level. So when Tank comes in, try to throw a big shot, Ryan Garcia could definitely counter him with his speed and catch Tank with a hook coming in. So anything can happen. Gabriel Reed says, honestly, I told Ty that it's almost a toss-up fight, but Ryan isn't as committed to boxing, in my opinion. Yeah, it's been some times, in the past where he's pulled out of fights, due to mental health. He's pulled out of fights, he says one thing and then, the fight doesn't happen. So he had his little thing, in the past, but and another thing, Tank is, he has a lot of, advantages on his side in this fight, the rematch clause, the rehydration clause, the catch weight, all that stuff. So that all gives Tank an advantage for sure. William Bond says Gabriel Reed's a valid point. Nikki said, I need Tank to dominate early. I've seen Ryan get hurt before, so I know he can get knocked out. Tank, on the other hand, is the truth. And like I said, I sent my guy the link, and I'm gonna drop this, the comments in the comment section. Drop my link in the comment section just in case, he didn't get it. So. Yeah, Nikki T says, I need Tank to dominate early. I've seen Ryan get hurt before, so I know he can get knocked out. Tank, on the other hand, is the truth. William Byron says, yes, ma'am, you are on point. Nikki T says, I know my stuff, but my nerves, that she says, laughing. Wayne Byron says, I feel you. Nikki T says, I should have betted it would be over by 6. Tank said by 9. I got this fight, Tank, winning this fight from round 8 to round 10 by stoppage. My guy, real DCC 1K in the building. He says, can we watch it from the stream? No, as I mentioned before, when I cover these fights, I can't show the fight because, YouTube would take it down. But who shout out to you, man? Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Gabriel Reed, he was responding to real DCC 1K. He says, I don't think so. William, my man, William, he said, I just caved and bought the stream on Showtime's website. It made me buy an account too, which annoys you, but you can cancel it within 30 days. Size. Can't miss this one. Facts. This is a blockbuster fight. William Bond says, really, Sheesty 1K, you should still stick around to end this corner because it's the best show for the sport. Salute to you, man. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate the feedback, man. And that comment section is popping, man. That's what I'm talking about. William Bond says, Joe Goosen looks like he's trying to audition for Elvis' band. God bless him. I hope my hair looks that good at 70. That's funny. My man, Ryan Hanley, man. Salute to you, man. He said, what's up, Ty? What's good, man? What's good? Real Sheesy says, I'm here, laughing out loud. Ryan Haney, this is about to be huge. Facts, man. The arena is packed, man. Like when earlier when Gabriel Rosado was fighting, I believe the guy name was Beckman or something like that. It was still a lot of empty seats in the house, but like from the view now, man, this place is packed. Buddy Naza Thompson in the building. Salute. She says, hey, Todd, salute. What's good? It's the first time I seen you on. Salute to you. William Bond says, thanks, huh? Much respect as always. Facts, man. Nikki T, shout out to you, Ty. Thank you. Nikki T says, Morrell put it down. That man is powerful. Facts. I think Darrell is definitely, a problem in this division. Man, he's a big guy. Like I said, he's got power. He doesn't have a lot of fights under his belt. So I think he's definitely, a serious threat. Her energy, Davis, B Moore, let's get it. Fats, Baltimore in the building, man. Know what I'm saying? Nikki T, she said Tank has the stone face. Yeah, and I want to mention that at the weigh-in, Brian Garcia looked a little drained. Oh, snap, Mayweather's here. I thought Tank and Mayweather weren't on good terms, but it looks like Mayweather's in the building. Okay. Yeah, one thing I want to say is that, at the weigh-in yesterday, like Tank looked fit, man. Like, I seen the picture when he showed the back of him, man. He was fit, awesome shape. And, Ryan Garcia did look just a little bit drained, in my opinion. But if I'm not mistaken, Ryan Garcia's last couple of fights, he fought maybe, I think it was 140, like 138 or so. So this is the first time he's fighting at this weight in a couple of years. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong. Gabriel Reed said short or long fight prediction. Like I said, I'm going for Tank by knockout from round 8 to 10. Both guys are face to face, man. So I gotta get ready to start breaking this fight down. My man Scotty 70, man, salute to you. He says pumped for this fight, Tank by KO. Same prediction that I'm going with, man. Nikki T, nerve-wracking. Facts. William Bond, yeah, if anybody can get the fight, listen to Ty in this corner podcast, you'll be connected. My man Ty Finney knows the sport, knows the game, is an insider. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Like I said, man, I love the feedback. Yeah, man. So after the round's over, man, then I'll get to the rest of the comments, man. But like I said, man, the comment section is already busy. So for me, round 1 is get ready to start, man. I can't believe this is happening, man. My blood is pumping. All right. Ryan Garcia come out jabbing. Tank got his guard up. Ryan Garcia looks tall too, man. Oh, nice big left hook thrown by Ryan Garcia. It kind of reminds me of Barrios versus Tank, but I don't think that Ryan Garcia is tall as Barrios, but we know what Tank did to Barrios, but not comparing him to Ryan Garcia though. Garcia jabbing. Tank, boxing smart, using his foot, staying away from Ryan, just being patient. Another jab by Ryan Garcia. And everybody, drop your round by round predictions, in the comments. Kind of a fill out round. Like a left hook thrown to the body by Ryan Garcia. It landed too. Jab by Ryan Garcia. Jab by Ryan Garcia. Another jab by Ryan Garcia. Now he's got to keep that jab at bay. You know what I'm saying? Because if Tank comes in, Ryan Garcia could definitely throw a big hook. So he's kind of got to keep Tank on the back foot. You know what I'm saying? Salute to everybody tuned in. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Jab by Ryan Garcia. Another jab by Ryan Garcia. It's kind of like a David versus Goliath thing, man. Ryan Garcia looks like a giant compared to Tank. Another jab by Ryan Garcia. Ooh, nice jab thrown by Tank. Fast too. And one thing I will say, Ryan Garcia is not backing down. He's standing in front of Tank. Double jab and a left foot thrown by Ryan Garcia. Jab to the body by Tank. Jab by Ryan Garcia, miss. Tank constantly sticking his glove in his face. Jab by Ryan. Ooh. Jab and hook to the body by Tank, but nothing really effective. Jab by Ryan Garcia. So Ryan Garcia is definitely staying busy with the jab. All right, let me get to these comments. Nikki T says, I need a nerve pill. Funny. William Bond says, Nikki, we gonna get through it together. Tank's Army. All right. Nanja Thompson says, Ty and Jimmy are watching you. Your number one fan here. All right, appreciate it. Salute. She said, we love you, Ty. I love y'all too, man. Salute, man. Glad, like I said, man, glad to have you in. First time I seen you in. Her energy, she says, here we go. Like her energy in the building. Salute to you. Jimmy Holiday, what up, Ty? This holiday be with you, bro. Shout out to the podcast. Salute, man. That's what I'm talking about. Got my fam in here rocking. SOD or SOD, not sure how to say your name, says when will you show it? I can't show it, man. YouTube will take it down, but salute to you, man. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, man. Appreciate you. All right, so I make round 2 is just starting for me. Tank using his footwork, laughing. Oh, Ryan Garcia threw a flurry of punches. Oh, Ryan Garcia is taking it to him. Tank in the clinch. I think we're in for a good fight. Ryan Garcia is throwing hard. Tank's in the clinch, and Ryan Garcia is throwing while he's in the clinch. So he ain't come to play. Tank, using his footwork. Ryan Garcia walking him down. But Ryan Garcia has to be careful. He doesn't have the best chin. And, coming forward like this, he could seriously get clipped. So, he could big left foot thrown by Ryan Garcia, but it missed. Tank in the clinch, and Ryan Garcia, again, throwing punches while they're in the clinch. Referee breaking them up and talking to both guys. Jab by Ryan Garcia, fast too. He's walking Tank down. Tank, just using his footwork, circling around the ring. Ryan Garcia just chasing him. Definitely trying to, cut off the ring so Tank can't move. Big left foot thrown by Ryan Garcia. Tank in the clinch. And Garcia is constantly throwing on Tank while he's in the clinch. So he's showing he don't want Tank to hold. Left foot thrown by Ryan Garcia. Oh, I'm giving this round to Ryan Garcia. Oh, snap. Ryan Garcia down. I told you. If he try to use this pressure against Tank, he's going to get clipped by something big. And it's the second time Garcia been down. Oh, man. That definitely changed. I had Ryan Garcia winning this round, but with that knockdown, I give it to Tank. Now Ryan Garcia is going to fight cautious. He's not going to walk him down now. Jab by Ryan Garcia. Oh! Two-piece combo thrown by Tank. $10 seconds left in round 2 for me. Tank still boxing smart, using his footwork. All right. William Bond says, Floyd in the ring shouting reaffirmations to Tank. Love it. Facts. Floyd's one of the best to do it, man. Ryan Hanley says, here we go, round 1. I have to see that knockout, guys, man. Big. Like, I think it was like a left hook that put him down. Gabriel Reeves, Tank focus. Ryan trying to establish the jab. Facts. That's what I said. Ryan says fill out round. So Ryan Garcia threw a hook and Tank caught him coming in. That's just what I said. I'm saying he need to be careful, trying to walk Tank down and throw these punches. Like I said, Tank clipped him real good. William Byron, yeah, Tank was recording. He's gonna time that jab. Fats Tank is one of the good, best timing punches out here, man. Nikki T, round one down. Shoe, I'm still alive. Funny. Gabriel Ruiz, Ryan took round one. I gotta get to I gotta catch this round, then I get back to the comments, man. But salute to y'all, man. So round three just starting. Tank circling, just being smart. Ryan Garcia's, still staying in front of him, but he's got to be careful. Jab by Ryan Garcia. Tank is talking to him. Jab by Ryan Garcia. Another jab. Ooh, nice straight jab thrown by Tank. Landed clean. It's more like a fill out round. Both guys just standing in front of each other, not doing too much. Ooh, nice big punch thrown by Tank, but he missed. Jab by Ryan Garcia, jab by Tank. Nice straight jab thrown by Tank. Jab to the body by Tank. Garcia threw a left hook to the body. Ooh, nice clean punch landed by Tank. Two-piece combination thrown by Tank. Ooh, big, sure, if it was a right hook thrown by Ryan Garcia. Tank is laughing, so. Like I said, man, I always mentioned before, man, my stream may be a little slower, but I'm still rocking with you guys. Let me get into these comments. My guy Jimmy Holiday said it's going to be closer than we think. Garcia's jab is key. Facts. Nicole Dunkley in the building. Who shout out to you, man? He says Floyd is there for Tank. Let's go, Tank. Facts. Floyd's in the building. The comments Lagoon. He says I look at the facial expressions. Garcia looked more concerned than Davis did. I agree. Chanel Jackson, she said, "What's up, Ty? Here by way of last ones at the bar. I'm Vel Swin." Okay. Salute to you. Vel's my guy, man. Very knowledgeable of the sport, very funny, man. Who shout out to Vel? Who shout out to Chanel Jackson? William Byron said, "That's it." They said the comment section is popping. You know, my phone's blowing up, so. Gabriel Reeves put like a yikes smiley, I guess, for the knockdown. William Byron says 10. Tank just brought it. Fats. Ryan Handy says round 2 to Tank. William Byron says Tank's got stronger legs too, but Garcia was pent up nervous tension. You can see it in his body language. Facts, man. I'm gonna turn my camera off just for a second, man. I'm still here rocking with you guys. Gabriel Reed says Ryan missing because of nerves. William Byron says exactly. Nikki T, she says, damn, y'all, this is good. Facts. I'm just going to skim through these comments real quick. Ryan Hanley says Tank is in control of this fight. William Bond says, I can't stop thinking Joe Goosen looks like Veta Sassoon or something. Dude opened a hair salon soon. No disrespect, Mr. Goosen, when you read this. Funny. Nikki T says, Tank has gotten to Ryan's mind. It's over. Gabriel Reed says, Tank is in his head. Okay. Gabriel Reed says, Tank should go to the body. William Brown says, King Ryan is a little shook. You can see it. Nikki T says, Ryan is throwing dirty punches. William Brown says, of course, it's understandable. You got knocked down. You now know you're behind and got to catch up. It adds to the tension. Facts. William Bond says Ryan knows Tank got him now. Tank is timing him. All right, the comments Lagoon says, Nikki T 513, Tank is about to turn all the way up. He really hasn't started. Facts. Jimmy Holiday says Tank uses his height to his advantage. Yeah, like I said, man, Tank always, he showed us what he could do with taller guys such as Mario Barrios. So, fighting a taller guy is nothing new to him. Gabriel Ruiz says Ryan has no answers. Like I said, man, again, man, salute to everybody that's tuned in. You know, again, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Appreciate everybody rocking with me. William Bond said he's frustrated. You can see it in his face. Ryan Hanley says Ryan seems uncomfortable. Okay. Yeah. William Bond said those body shots have added up. Garcia's left arm was lower the last round. Facts. Gabriel Ruiz says 4-1 Tank easy money so far. Facts. Gabriel Ruiz says one punch at a time will not help Ryan. Facts. Like I said, Tank just got the power, to change the pace of the fight. So I got a lot of people in the comment section. I got a lot of people, that's hitting my phone up too, man. So definitely, a live fight for sure. All right. All right. So I'm looking at the replays. I see the Charlo brothers in the building. And speaking of the Charlo brothers, Maul's supposed to be returning in June. And I think that Jamel is still injured. So round 7 just starting for me. I'm not sure what round. Like I said, a lot of times when I cover these streams, a lot of times, everybody's a little ahead of me. So for me, round 7 is just starting. Nice right hook thrown by Ryan Garcia. He's got Tank in the corner. Nice big hook thrown by Tank, but it missed. So the unofficial scorecards, Steve Farher got Davis 58, and he's got Ryan Garcia 55. Jab by Ryan Garcia. Jab to the body by Tank. Ooh, nice straight jab, landed clean by Tank. Right hook landed by Ryan Garcia, followed up like with a jab. Ryan Garcia throws some big hooks. Oh man, Ryan Garcia went down, took a knee, and he's bleeding out of his nose. Wow. Referee counting. Tank's power is next level, man. That's it. Salute, Baltimore, Maryland, saying, "Oh, we did it. We did it, baby. We did it." Man, Tank's power is next level. Man, I gotta hear what my guy Chris G got to say about this. All right, Ryan Hanley says neither of them are throwing a lot. William Byron says Garcia probably already thinking of what he'll choose as an excuse. Rehydration clause, something, fats. The excuse is going to pour in. He's going to say Tank had all the advantages. The rehydration clause. The weight issue, all that stuff. Yeah, I agree with you, William Byron, 100%, man. Ryan, Tank going crazy, dancing, laughing, hugging the greatest. William Byron says, yeah, but when Tank throws, it's effective and his movements are visible, throwing Garcia off, who now seems hesitant. Gabriel Ruiz says 4-2 with Tank. Nikki says, my. William Byron said, this is it. Nikki T, it's over. Hey, Nikki, well, I know your nerves are good now. It's over now. So Tank Davis won. Again, man, Maryland, stand up, baby. We did it. Nikki T says body shot. Ryan Hanley says we need a rematch. Gabriel Reeves took that hard. Fats. Scotty 70, yes. My guy Jimmy says, he done. Fats, he done. Her energy said he's done. William Byron says rematch for what? Because it'll sell. It won't be different, the rematch, Fats. So I'm looking at the replay now. To me, honestly, man, it didn't look like it hurt. It didn't look like it hurt that bad, but like I said, man, Tank's power is different. Tank's power is next level, man. This is the same. He put Mario Barrios down with a body shot as well. So Tank's got the body shots. He's got the uppercuts. We seen what he did to Santa Cruz. You know, he just got that one hitter quitter power, man. So they both like threw a punch at the same time. Like Ryan Garcia kind of threw like a left hook. So they kind of threw a punch at the same time, and you know, Tank's punch just landed to the body, and Garcia went down. Nikki T says, my nerves are much better. I'm glad I watched it in real time. So I'm watching this replay again. So Tank's like holding on him to the body. Okay, it was a flush body punch. So Tank was leaning in, and then he threw the body punch, and it landed clean. But it didn't look like it hurt. But like I said, man, Garcia went down. Nikki T says, no rematch. He doesn't deserve it. Nope. Gabriel Ruiz liver shot is undefeated. Facts, man. Facts. That reminds me of you know, when Bernard Hopkins put Oscar De La Hoya down with the liver shot, you know. So yeah, you know, those liver shots hit the win out you, man. Ryan Hanley says that shot didn't even look that bad. That's the same thing that I said, man. It didn't look like it hurt, man, but we all know Tank's power is next level. So he's now what, 29 wins or 27 knockouts, man. That's it, man. This guy got power. So everybody that's tuned in, do you think this fight lived up to the hype? Do you think this fight, you know, lived up to being, you know, one of the best fights for, you know, 2023? See Tank's mom in the building, hollering. I'm gonna drop the comment. I'm gonna drop the link in the comment because just in case Chris G or my guy Wilton wanna tune in. Hey, Chris G or Wilton, if you guys are watching, man, I dropped the link in the comment section. If y'all want to get on here and, you know, chop it up a little bit before I close this out. Ryan Hanley says, I wanted more explosive action. Yeah, I agree with that. William Bond says, Nikki, I hope you feel less stressed now. Facts. Gabriel Ruiz, he says, it was what I thought it would be. Okay. William Byron says, at Ryan Hanley, the sweet science, man. Facts, the sweet science. Nikki T says, Tank was going to win regardless. Tank all the way. So I don't know what he's going to be saying on the mic. So everybody let me know what he's going to be saying. Like, I'm looking forward to see, you know, what he's going to do next. You know, is he going to, I know Devin Haney has a fight with Loma coming up. You know, Shakur Stevenson just fought. Who else is out there? Tevin Farmer, you know, Gary Russell. You know, those are some options, you know, just to throw some names out there. Those are some options. Those are 4 options. So I'm looking forward to see what his next move is. You know, it's still early in the year. You know, it's only April. So if Tank fights, you know, one more time before the year is up, man, that'd be awesome. You know, that means he'll fight 3 times this year. You know, we don't get a lot of that with PBC fighters. You know, like most of the big names at PBC, you know, they only fight like once a year. And so I'm definitely looking to see, you know, Tank get back in there. So my phone is blowing up, man. Again, man, appreciate everybody, you know, that tuned in, that rock with me. If you're new to the channel, man, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. My guy G5, you know, just messaged me. He wasn't able to make it. But, you know, salute to him, man. The Goodfellas podcast, man. One of the best podcasts out there, man. All right. Nikki T says, William Byron, thanks so much. I'm wonderful. All right. I'm glad you're feeling good, man. So I'm getting a lot of texts, man. Nice knockdown by Tank. Garcia seems scared. Woohoo, body shot, TKO. So So that's what it. Yeah, then they're showing the replay for the first knockdown, and Ryan Garcia threw like a big hook, and Tank ducked it and caught him clean. Ryan Garcia went down, so that's twice he went down in this fight, man. Like I said, Tank Spire is next level, man. He's like a mini Mike Tyson. Now they're showing the replay for round 7. So I was wrong in my prediction. Everybody tuned in, man. I was wrong in my prediction. I had Tank. I predicted Tank by stoppage between round 8 and 10. So I was just off by 1 round. Now he got it in 7. And I would say this too. I think, to me, the shot from Luke Campbell put Ryan Garcia down hard, but he got back up and showed that he could swim with the sharks. Even though he was taken to the deep waters. He came back hard, came back strong, and won by a body shot. But like I said, man, Tank's power is nothing to mess with. Again, man, Chris G, William Byron, man. If you guys want to tune in and chop it up a little bit before I close it out, the link is in the comment section. So everybody, man, tell me what's being said on the mic. Is Tank saying what he wants next, or is he basically just talking about the victory? I'm getting texts from people. They're saying, "That's right, Maryland, stand up." That's what I said, man. Maryland, stand up, baby. We did it. We did it. I know a lot of people who was going for Ryan Garcia who bet money on this fight, man. I know they mad, man. A lot of people, on a lot of these boxing groups that I'm on, a lot of people were saying, report back to this post after Ryan Garcia knocks Tanks out, man. So I know a lot of the Ryan Garcia fans, man, they feeling bad tonight, man. They probably want to delete their social media accounts, stay off social media for a little bit. You feel me? Gabriel Reeds, he says, great weight division to be in with so much talent. My favorite fighter is Shakur. Yeah, Shakur, awesome fighter, man. Swift doesn't have the best power. He's only got like 10 knockouts or something like that. Doesn't have a lot of power, but he's swift with his movement, man. Shakur is that guy, man. I've seen Shakur. I haven't seen him fight live, but I've seen him in the building in 2020, I believe, when I went to Clarissa Shields' fight in New Jersey. I seen Shakur, Stevenson in the building. So yeah, like I said, man, we got Shakur, we got Devin Haney, Tank. You know what I'm saying? Ryan Garcia, he's got to go back to the drawing board. Got his first loss. Nothing to be ashamed of, man. Tank's got awesome power, man. One of the best fighters in this division, man. And so next month we got Devin Haney and Loma. So I'm looking forward to that fight. Yeah, I just got a text. I wanted to see more. I was expecting more of a banger. Yeah, that's what I was saying too. I wanted to see more action, but I mean, it is what it is, man. We got the win, so I'm cool with it. William Byron says, thank you. I'm waiting for Ty to invite us all over his house for a boxing night. All right, man. We gotta work out something. I know you was mentioning one time, about getting the building, just renting it out, just having like a nice big fight party or something like that, man. But yeah, we definitely gotta get up and do something, have like a big fight party somewhere, man. Gabriel Reed says that one will be technically a great fight. Yeah, I'm going for Devin Haney. You know, I just feel that Devin Haney, Loma's got the best footwork out there, but I just kind of feel that Loma is on the decline. You know, Devin Haney, you know, he's young, man. He's a big guy. So I'm just at this point in their careers, man. I just think Devin Haney has more to offer, and he's got a lot in that tank while Loma is kind of on the decline. My guy Chris G says, "Let me in." All right. Let me get Chris in here, man. Chris gonna cook up something.
Dude, I'm so mad, dude. I'm so mad.
What you think, bro?
Dude, Tank was winning like almost all the rounds. Okay, so Ryan was so dumb for overextending and over, like he should have kept it 1s, 2s, and 3s. He was like throwing 3s, 4s, 5s, and 6s, and that's what got him caught, dude, on that second round. And then he showed too much respect, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and I think if he didn't overcommit or get knocked down in the second round, he would have picked it up and done better in the next few rounds. But I'm on live. I'm on the live YouTube thing. Oh, that's my brother, and I think he could have done a lot better if he didn't get knocked down in that second round. That made him respect him too much and kind of like low. Like he was low on the punches, and then so he was low on the punches, and so was Tank, but Tank was actually landing.
Yeah, man. So you was wrong, man. You got to say it on camera. You was going for Ryan Garcia, man. You got to say it on camera.
Okay. So I didn't. I even said Tank is the favorite for a reason. I was going for Ryan. I said I predicted like Ryan like 7th round KO or 8th round KO or something like that, but it was mainly because I was going for Ryan and I like Ryan more than Tank, like just as a style wise and at a personal level or whatever. But I had no doubt that Tank could have won the fight, and man, he was really good, man. Ryan didn't seem to be he wasn't able to let off his punches after round 2. He seemed like. I think the only, Ryan, if Ryan didn't get knocked down in the second, I thought he was winning that entire round. But the only round I could have gave Ryan was maybe 1, and maybe one of the other ones. 2 rounds is the most I could give Ryan out of the 6 completed.
Gotcha.
And that body shot came out of nowhere, dude. It's just like it didn't even get full extension. It hit him right on the ribs, and he didn't even see it.
That's what I was saying, and Ryan Haney in the comments said he was saying that the punch didn't look like it was that serious. But I mean, the replay, it was clean. Don't get me wrong,
it was clean. The replay, it was clean, dude. I thought Tank got hit with a big shot during that exchange. I mean, Tank actually did get hit with a big shot during that exchange, and so when Ryan went back, I'm like, why is he going back? He landed the big shot, and suddenly he went down.
Yeah, I'm looking at the replay right now, man. Yeah, let me run through these comments, Chris, then we can cook. All right. William Bond says Garcia was a class act with his comments, but I bet they suggested rematch. But for what? Davis took him out. Okay.
No rematch. I don't need a rematch.
Yeah, that's what everybody's saying. They don't need one.
I would say if Ryan built his way back up and they want to do one like when Tank's like 30 and he's like 27 or something like that, then maybe if they've got a good pile of wins, then you could entertain it. But as far as anytime soon, no, not really. Yeah.
Plus, like we said before so many times that Tank had all the advantages anyway. But
he had the experience advantage, footwork advantage, IQ advantage. He's definitely the better overall boxer. But I thought Ryan's speed, but Tank really didn't let him use his left hook.
Yeah.
And Tank was taking away his jab too.
Yeah, I had from how the fight was going early with Tank coming in, and when Tank kept clinching and Ryan Garcia kept throwing those punches while Tank was in the clinch, I was like, this is going to be an uncomfortable fight for Tank. But like you said, that shot that put him down probably definitely changed the pace of the fight.
It made him respect Tank too much, as you said in the post-fight interview. If it wasn't for that knockdown, he started getting too confident. Like I was screaming. I was like, stop throwing that many punches. Stop running after him like that. Stop shuffling forward like that. I kept yelling. I was like, dude, what are you doing? I was like, he's gonna get caught. He's gonna get caught, dude. And next thing you know, he's on the floor, dude.
Yeah,
I'm happy for you, man. I'm happy for your guy, man. Honestly, Ryan looked pretty good, even though he had those stipulations. He still looked pretty good.
Yeah, he looked. Like I said, he looked good, man. Like I said, man, no shame in this game, man. Tank is the better man.
I think Tank gets almost full credit for that, if not full credit for that. To be honest.
Hey, everybody that's tuned in, look, literally, me and Chris G was talking off camera one day, and Chris G was going in about Tank not fighting no real competition. But soon as he said that, no lie, it got announced that Tank was fighting Hector Garcia and Tank was fighting Ryan Garcia. And that's like Chris G literally spoke this into existence.
And you know what, dude? I'm super proud of Tank, and I'm super happy for him. And maybe one day I'll stop by one of his fights.
Yeah, like I said, I've seen him fight live twice, man. Awesome experience. I didn't like the seats that I had, when he fought Hector Garcia. I liked the seats that I had when he fought Ricardo Nunes, but that fight was ended, in the second round.
Yeah. You know what? I didn't like the undercard was pretty trash. I will say that.
Yeah, it was. Let me get Wilton in here, man.
That was not $3,000 tickets worth. $3,000 tickets.
What's up, Will?
Yes, sir. You can't hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro. What's good?
Man, I can't call it, man. Good fight, Tank did his thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for me, he did his thing.
Yeah.
Hey, Will, let me run through these comments right quick, man. Your guy in here, Val Johnson, he says, "What up, though? Garcia would have had more success throwing that left hook lower and that right hand earlier." Okay.
It all went downhill for Ryan after that knockdown. I think he seemed too timid to let off his shots, and then as soon as he started doing it again, he got hit with a body shot.
Yeah.
Here's the thing: he was winning easily that second round, and then he was throwing just two. After he was throwing more than 2s and 3s and 4s. I'm like, dude, stop doing that, or you're gonna get caught with something. And then that's what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Ryan was doing fine up until he started throwing too many punches and started jumping on Tank. I'm like, don't jump on him too early. Take your time, throw the jab. And then start jumping in 1s and 2s like he was doing at first. And then he was like, oh, I can do 1s and 2s. Let me do 1s, 2s, and 3s. And then he got.
But I like what Ryan Garcia was doing. He was walking Tank down. He was throwing that hook. Tank was just using his footwork, moving around the wing. So how it was going early, man. Like I had Ryan Garcia winning, but like I said, like Chris, you said that knockdown just that changed the pace, man. But I like what Ryan Garcia was doing early. Plus, like I said, Tank looked uncomfortable when he kept clinching, and Ryan Garcia was just pummeling him when he's in those clinches, man. Let me get to the rest of these comments, man. Gabriel Reed says early prediction is Haney by split decision. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, cool. I thought I had a bad connection.
Got a dip, guys. If you guys are still on, I'll hop on, but I got a dip for now.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool. Appreciate you, man. You kept your word. You say he's gonna hop on. So yeah. So let me get the rest of these. Says Wayne Brown says Lavelle correct, but Tank was so good with timing that Garcia was slightly thrown off with his game plan. Okay. Lavelle Jackson says no mention of Haney. So I guess he didn't say anything about Haney. I mean, I didn't. Hey, Wilton, what did Tank say? After the fight was over.
From what I heard, he wasn't really calling out anybody. He just was talking about the fight.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But Tank, I think he's a little bit bigger than calling out those other guys. You got to keep in mind that Haney's, younger than Tank, and Tank is a bigger star. So that really just doesn't make any sense for him to be calling out him. Although he has the belts, Tank is the attraction. So it makes sense.
Gotcha. Yeah, Yeah, that makes sense. So, like I said, I know he was just probably he wasn't focused on calling nobody out, man. He just focused, on his victory. He's happy he got the win, so I know he's gonna be doing a lot of celebrating.
Yeah, he's a celebrator, and it would be more so for Ryan Garcia had he won to call out somebody else, like probably trying to get belts or whatever, and going in the direction he's trying to go. Tank is already established.
Right. Yeah, facts. I agree with that. I know, and that was one of the reasons you were saying you didn't really look at this fight as like that huge blockbuster fight, because you were saying Ryan Garcia doesn't really have any belts or anything. So, and that makes sense too.
It's just more so a popularity type thing. Both of those guys, they command a lot of attention, but Tank, man, I still, now I see more. Like the more I see Tank, the more I'm appreciative of some of the things that he's able to do, because I'm seeing him doing it against different type of opponents. But at the end of the day, I still want to see Tank deliver against like one of the top dudes. You know what I'm saying? Like when you look at rankings and you look at what people say, you look at purists, you look at what undeniably who's the top person in the weight class. I just want to see him beat one of those guys.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? That's it. But that was a good display of what it is he did today, because he did what he had to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I will say I do think that Ryan Garcia was his toughest test, and he put him down. So, toughest test, and he got him out of there. So I think Tank he's that guy. But at the same time, we still want to see, like you said, we want to see him in there with some other guys, like the Haneys, the Shakurs, Tevin Farmer, guys like that. But I think he'll beat Tevin Farmer. Tevin Farmer just don't got no power, man.
Nah, Tevin Farmer, I think he's like that has, that fight right there, that was something that Tank would have done prior to him getting to where he is. Like now, it's more so taking out the guys that you said before, like the Shakurs, the Devins, if Loma is successful, then like a Loma or somebody like that. Or he's going, depending on where he's going to campaign. You know what I mean? But like the tougher top level guys, that's who Tank should be taken out, because then with the shot, without a shot of a doubt, then you will have like legitimately the face of boxing. Like Tank could be the face of boxing. If you take out one of those dudes, then it's like, what else is it left for me to do? You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. So let me run through these comments. My guy, Lady G, she said, "Ty, you're delusional." I don't know what she's referring to. Lady G always come for me. When I go live, man, she always come for me. She says, Garcia was worse than Rowley.
Lady G might be right on that.
Yeah. So Bell Jackson says they didn't ask him about Haney or Davis, or who Davis wants to fight next. Okay. And just to throw some names out there, I know we rapped about this, when we did a live a little while back. Just to throw a name out there, what about, even though he's coming off a loss, what about Gary Russell or maybe Frank Martin?
Tank Davis will never fight a Frank Martin. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not gonna happen. Now, in Tank's defense, I understand it. Like at this point, they've allowed him to make it this far without having to beat the man. You know what I'm saying? So, but right now, how would that benefit him to face somebody like that? You know what I mean? And who was the other guy you mentioned?
Gary Russell. But like I said, Russell's coming off a loss though, and he ain't fought again. Russell ain't fought in over a year, so he's coming off a loss and he's been inactive. But I was just throwing the name out there.
Yeah, I just think and I think you're more likely to see a Russell fight than you would a Frank Martin fight, because I think with this win, I think Tank has bought himself about 2 or 3 soft touches, you know what I'm saying, before he goes into another fight that people like clamor for, or be like, it's like a mandated fight. Like some people like Tank is in that situation where people just want to see him knock somebody out. You know what I'm saying? But then he ended up, lucking up where he got somebody who's he's a social media darling like a Ryan Garcia to kind of match what it is that he brings to the table as far as social media and the buzz that he has in boxing and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like I say, he got like 2 or 3 more fights where he can kind of pick and choose whoever it is he want to fight, because people just want to see him knock somebody out. And they just want to come to an event, a Tank Davis event.
Yeah. Man, let me get my guy G5 in here. Guy G5 Jeff TV in the building. What's good, bro?
What's up with you? What's up with you?
What's up, man? Just covered this fight, man. Awesome fight. Tank got the stoppage, body shot round 7. Ryan Garcia didn't get up.
Yeah, I mean, it went pretty much how I thought it was gonna go. You know what I'm saying? Just people see physical skill and think they got IQ. Like Ryan Garcia he doesn't have ring IQ. You know what I'm saying? Like he don't have ring IQ at all. It's kind of similar. I was talking to Shane earlier. I was telling him, I said he's Amir Khan at 135, 140. He's Amir Khan. Like that's who he is. All that, he got the hand speed, the flashiness, and all of that. And all it does, it camouflages him not having ring IQ. And you could tell in the second round when he got knocked down, I'm pretty sure Goosen told him before the fight, don't get close, don't be throwing no flurries like that. Like he went in there second round swinging like a goddamn fool and ended up getting knocked down. Like, and it wasn't even flush. Like it wasn't even it was a good shot, but it wasn't a flush shot. And he got knocked down, and I'm like, I didn't know he was gonna get knocked down that early, but if I'd have known he was gonna come in throwing stupid like that, I would have said he'd have got knocked down that early. Like, I mean, Tank did what he was supposed to do the night. You know what I'm saying? Like he's just the better fighter. He's a better fighter. But it wasn't even his power that won on the fight. It was his IQ that won on the fight. It's his IQ that won on the fight for sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Like his timing and everything is just so good, man. Like we seen what he did to Rolly, we seen what he did at Santa Cruz. Like his timing is just so perfect, man. And all he needs is one shot. He don't need combinations. All he needs is that one shot. He got that one hitter quitter power.
Bro, legend, we ain't seen a power dude this skilled like in a while. Your guys that got the that night power, they not supposed to be setting traps. Like they're not supposed to be moving around the ring and setting traps for guys, being able to counter punch and had the speed and all that. Like Tank Davis, people are lucky he's not 6 feet.
Can I say one thing? You mind if I say one thing?
Go ahead, bro.
Only problem that I have with saying that is that how can you say that when he hasn't beaten any of the top guys at any of the weight divisions that he's campaigned? He hasn't beaten. So you had Lomachenko who wanted to fight him. He didn't face Lomachenko. Devin Haney has all of the belts. He didn't face him. You had Tio who had the belts at a certain point. He didn't face him. When he went up to 140, he fought Barrios. He didn't fight Josh Taylor. So my question is, like, how can we say all of those things? Like, he's all of this and all of that. You just said that you expected him to do this against Ryan Garcia.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, how do we know, like, really what Tank is until he faces one of those type of guys? And I know he's popular.
Right. Basically, everything that you said, you got to remember this. A lot of those fights that Tank didn't get, you got to realize who was behind him. Floyd is one of the most stubborn. He's very, very difficult to deal with when he's the one that's controlling your career. So I think if you ask Tank, would he go up against any of them dudes? The answer is yeah. He's going up against all them guys if it was just up to him, period. But anybody that knows the track record of Floyd Mayweather and how Mayweather promotions operate in terms of moving their top 1 or 2 guys, 9 times out of 10, they're doing something that the fans don't want. And they're probably doing something that the fighter doesn't want. So I don't necessarily blame Tank for not getting those fights. Now, I will say this though, bro. If he's not getting those type of caliber fights going forward, then you can point at him because he's not under Floyd anymore.
Right.
It's on him at the end of the day. So it's Tank and Al. There's a big difference between Tank and Al and Tank and Floyd. Two completely different things. And really just to cap it off, bro, like the reason why I say I think he's all of those things is outside of the competition. Like I know what I'm looking at. Like in the ring, like I know the goods when I see it inside the ring, man. And I'm like, Tank is probably the one dude that could probably beat all of those guys you mentioned. He could probably he's the one. If I had to pick one person out of that crop that I think would have a legit shot against everybody, it's Tank.
I feel you, G. Can I?
Go ahead, bro.
Let me just chime in on that, right? So therefore that leads me to ask this question. My follow-up would be, would Devin, Shakur, Loma, like the guys that you've seen Tank face, wouldn't you favor them over the caliber of opponents that Tank has faced? And then secondly, no, I'm not saying that, as far as who's behind why Tank has faced who he's faced, like that's not my thing. You know what I mean? Because you're only as good as your promotional company and who they allow you to face and all that stuff, So I agree with that. But I've seen guys who I've personally seen guys who I thought was legit with the opposition that they faced. Adrian Broner is a prime example. Like the guys that he was facing initially, I'm like, man, this dude is the next coming. You know what I'm saying? Like he that dude.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I know it could have been other things outside the ring, whatever that contributed to his demise, whatever.
Right.
But once he stepped up his level of opposition against legitimate, like top quality opponents, then you start seeing a different Adrian Broner. I can't, for me personally, I can't like crown you until I see you do it. You know what I'm saying? And I know dude's looking at chops. I know it's Shakur Stevenson. He wants that smoke. I know Devin Haney wants that smoke. I know Lomachenko been calling him out. You know what I mean? And those are quality guys who I've seen put some work in. And I like the stuff that I've seen them do. Like, I'm like, them world-class dudes, like they're even above that. You know what I'm saying? Like those, So that's what I just need to see Tank do. You know what I'm saying, moving forward.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing what you asking for. There's nothing wrong with that. And I wouldn't say I'm necessarily crowning him because Tank is still not in my top 10 pound for pound. He's not even in my top 15. You know what I'm saying? So when I say I know what I see, like Tank, just when you break down just skill for skill and then his ability to adapt during the course of a fight, with him having the type of power that he has, we just don't see that much in boxing. Like Tank pretty much has Wilder type power at his weight class, but he's maneuvering around sometimes like a tactician. You don't see that much. Like sometimes you don't need to see a guy against A+ level competition to acknowledge that. You know what I'm saying? Now, the whole Broner example, I'm gonna tell you the difference between Tank and Broner. Broner, a lot of his career was bullying dudes at 135, 130, 135. He's rehydrating 20 plus pounds. He's heavier than guys anywhere between 8 to 13 pounds on fight night. That was Broner's game from 126 to 130 to 135. Like that's what he was doing. So when he stepped up in competition, the reason why he declined is because people didn't realize he was so dominant at 135 and 130. They didn't realize he was fighting the exact same way with no adjustments the whole time he was in 130 and 135. Right. He's still throwing the same punch combinations now as he did 10 years ago. His game ain't changed one bit. But because of the flashiness and the talking and all that, people don't pay attention to that. People don't pay attention to that at all. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the difference between a Broner and a Tank. Tank, you can see him gradually progressing throughout his career, and I'm talking about what he's doing inside of the ring from round to round. So he showed you a little something against Isaac Cruz. He showed you a little something against Hector Garcia. Showing you a little something against Ryan Garcia. So you see the progression in terms of his development inside the ring. Now, I'm going to get to the people that you mentioned. Devin Haney, Shakur Stevenson, Lomachenko. Mm-hmm. Hell, let's throw in Teofimo Lopez and Josh Taylor too.
Throw them in.
Let's throw them in there. Let's throw them all in there. Mm-hmm. So if you go with Lomachenko, right? Lomachenko, I really don't like to talk about the Teofimo fight because I felt like he just gave up the first 6 rounds, silver platter. Just gave it to him. You know what I'm saying? But when Loma turns up, you know what he can do. You know what he can do. The thing with Tank, he probably has even hand speed, if not better, than Loma's. Loma has the better footwork, but Gervonta Davis has a punch variety that's.
I was just asking why he didn't. Yeah. That's all I was saying. It wasn't.
Oh yeah, I mean to be honest with you, Floyd wasn't ready to throw him in. I mean that's really what it come down to. Like Floyd tried to guide Tank's career the way he guided his own career, and I'm not talking about Pretty Boy Floyd. I'm talking about Floyd Money Mayweather.
Right.
Pretty Boy Floyd he'd go in there with anybody. He didn't care what was. Yeah, he didn't care what it was. But when he turned into Money Mayweather, everything was, I have to go into every single fight with every single advantage possible. If there's anything even close to 50-50, I'm not taking it.
Right.
So he guided Tank's career the same way.
Yeah, I ain't trying to cut you out. I'm just saying, like, I agree with you. It's like he was trying to have Tank as an extension of his career. So
correct. So hey, bro, let me ask you this real quick, bro. Mm-hmm. So out of the heavy hitters mm-hmm. that you would want to see Tank against, which ones you think he wins? Which ones you think he loses?
I don't know. Tank cold. Like I'm not taking away anything from Tank. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like the guys that I mentioned, he's capable of beating all of them because he's so talented. And Tank,
no, what you think though? You think which ones you think he can beat though?
No, he can beat all of them. Like I'm not saying he can't beat any of them. Like
right.
But I just don't know until I see him in there, and I'm always skeptical of somebody. See, Tank is older than most of those guys too, with the exception of Lomachenko.
Right.
And for me, see, here's the thing. I'm gonna go back. Like, so there were situations, but I know your stance on it is that he's been held back. Mm-hmm. But there were times when you had like guys like Gary Russell. You had guys like my man from Philly who was calling him out. Mm-hmm. And those fights are at that moment, those are regional fights that could have like solidified some things. Like, man, these little dudes calling me out. I'm gonna put work in and eliminate these dudes. But then it's like he fought other guys instead of those guys. And that always, to me, that didn't sit well with me. You know what I'm saying? Because they were on his bumper. Like they was really talking, really crazy. It's equivalent to me of when Floyd, you had, even though him and Zab Judah was kind of cool at a certain point, it's like, nah, Zab Judah can't mess with me. I know he can't beat me. So let me go ahead and whoop on him to eliminate that right there. Like I don't want anybody thinking that Zab Judah can beat me.
Right.
And so he went in there and handled his business.
Right.
And so that's the thing more so. Like I think Tank, I just have to see it.
Yeah.
So when you asking me who I think now, I tell you what, I think Shakur would have a really legitimate shot of beating him because I just think he's the closest thing to me to he's close to me like a Floyd, like right. So as far as being clean and also being disciplined, like he's really disciplined inside the ring. I think Devin has a shot, but at the same time, I think Devin puts himself in position to be countered a lot more than somebody like Shakur. Shakur's going to fight a clean fight. Like you're not going to get anything off on him where he's not going to be able to see it and be able to come back with a counter or something like that. So I think he has the best chance of beating Tank as far as like the odds.
Right.
You said another thing too, as far as Broner. I just want to clarify one other thing, bro. That you were saying that my point as far as Broner, it wasn't anything other than me seeing somebody who was kind of annihilating this competition. Like as far as how they go about doing it, I know it's totally different. Broner was somebody who was bigger than his opponents and things like that. And once he got, he went up to different weight classes and things like that. It was, it wasn't in his best interest or whatever.
Right.
So,
no, listen, bro, I hear you 100%, man. Like it's really, well, to speak on the first thing you said about Gary Russell and Tevin Farmer and them. Legend know how I get down. I be hearing stuff I ain't supposed to be hearing. So I don't know if you know this information or not, but I'm gonna give it to you. So as far as Tevin Farmer is concerned, he really, and I'm from Philly, and Tevin Farmer's from Philly, so this should tell you I'm not biased at all. Tevin Farmer really, really priced himself out of that fight. The framework for it was pretty much done. And the amount of money that he wanted was like crazy. The amount of money he wanted was crazy. Now I don't know if that was Eddie Hearn working with Tevin Farmer behind the scenes, because when that fight was, when you saying he was up on his bumper and all that, the videos was coming out and all that, Tevin was with Dazn at the time, and he was with Eddie Hearn at the time.
Yeah.
So yeah, he really priced himself out. So just to get more into detail with that, so basically it was supposed to be a pay-per-view card. They was gonna give Tevin Farmer like $2 million. They was gonna give him $2 million, and then if it hit over a certain amount, they give a little percentage of the back end money. Now Tevin Farmer came back and said he wanted like 5 or 6. Like that's like virtually anybody that's a boxing fan, they gonna be like, bruh, like ain't enough money in the pot. Ain't enough money in the pot for that. Like, and Tevin Farmer was like a name, but not a name to command that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like Eddie Hearn was definitely overpaying Tevin Farmer, you know what I mean, for the fights he was getting on Dazn. So he was eating pretty good. He was getting close to $1 million a fight. When he was over there with Eddie, he was eating real nice. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of why that fight didn't go down. And then the Gary Russell situation, that's the one fight that I did want to see, and I wish that fight would have went down, because especially Legend in your backyard, that would have been crazy. Like that would have been really, really crazy. You know what I'm saying? But the thing with Gary Russell fights once a year, once every year and a half, for a reason. I don't know if Legend want to put me in contact with you outside of here. I can tell you Legend know why. Legend definitely knows why, because I told him, like, there's a reason why Gary Russell didn't get any of the big fights that he wanted. He didn't get Tank, he didn't get Leo Santa Cruz, he didn't get none of the people he wanted over the last 5 years, and it's for one reason. I'll tell you off camera, bro. I'll tell you off camera. But there's a reason why Gary Russell and Tank didn't go down, and it really wasn't on Tank. It really wasn't on Tank. But to the guys, the heavy hitters, so I'm gonna break it down like this, bro. I feel the same way you do. I think Tank can beat any of them dudes. I think he could beat any of them dudes. But I'm gonna break down everything just like on the X's and O's standpoint. So if I had to pick one person that has the best shot of beating Tank, in any type of like convincing fashion, it would be Shakur. If I had to choose who would have the best chance to win by points just by being safe, I would say Dazn. But I think the way Shakur's been fighting over the last 3 to 4 fights, he's been looking spectacular. The last 3-4 fights. The one thing Shakur can't do against Tank is stand in that kitchen too long. And it's to the point now Shakur's not even moving in fights. Like, he's in the kitchen all night long. So I'm kind of curious to see if Shakur is actually bold enough to do that with Tank. Like, I'm real curious to see if he's able to do that with Tank. You know what I'm saying? But I think that'll be a great fight. Devin Haney, I just don't think he got enough pop. I think he would do good early, but I think Tank eventually will catch up with him late. And I'm a Devin Haney fan. Big shout out to my guy Padman McGriff that helps train Devin Haney. You know what I mean? That's my guy. But I think Tank would eventually win that fight. I think Devin is not, even though he's unified and he has all of the belts, bro. It's crazy. He won all of the belts just off his jab. Like, offensively, he's not even fully developed yet. It's crazy when you think about it. Like, he's not fully developed yet. No, offensively.
He isn't. But I think, to me, you know what I mean? And I wasn't privy to like some of the sparring matches or anything like that they had in the past. But from what I heard, you know, especially in the sessions that Devin was successful, it was like the rhythm that those guys have is hard. It was hard for Tank to get off on, right, you know, on Devin in some of the sessions that they had. But anyway, you know, it's just they have to get in there to see. You know what I'm saying? You know, that's what I want. Like, and even it depends. And I'm favoring Devin over Lomachenko, but see, I can't. Me personally, bro, I can't like give somebody the nod. Like, even when you say, I know that Floyd has a major like say in what it is that Tank does and doesn't do, but sometimes like when you get to a certain point, it's like, nah, man, I gotta go ahead and like these dudes can't mess with me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm that dude. I mean, like, yeah. And that's the, again, like, until I see that, and until I see, for instance, I've seen Shakur go in there and beat Valdez because Valdez was the top dude at 130, and I'm sure that he would have fought the other guy that Valdez had beat.
Yeah,
he beat him. You know what I'm saying? He checked that box where, to me, okay, now he that dude at 130. He was that guy because he beat the man.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So at 135, it's been different men. It was Loma, it was T.O., it was Devin.
Yeah.
He didn't do that.
Right.
At 140. You know what I'm saying? Like, he go up, he fight Mario Barrios. Mario Barrios by far is not the dude at 140 at the time he faced him. It was Josh Taylor. If it wasn't Josh Taylor, you got Regis Prograis, you got other guys. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you got to show me, once you go ahead and legitimately stake your claim, and I can like recognize, okay, man, you took out the man.
Right.
You know what I mean? Then I can go ahead and give you that credit. You know what I mean? And I can't like assume that you're able to do that against those upper echelon guys until you actually do it. That's my only thing.
Yeah, it's really, and to be honest with you, really the only difference between what you're saying and what I'm saying, because it's relatively the same thing. The only difference is you're saying like before I give any additional kudos, I'm a I want to see. I need to see something. You know what I mean? Against a guy that you stamp is a top dude. I can't do nothing but respect that. Sometimes with me, I be dissecting fighters so much. Like the legend to tell you, I will sit up there and I'll predict the fight and probably get it down to the round. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like and so my thought is more so like I'm kind of like projecting in terms of like what I think is gonna happen. But I'm in the boat with you. Like everyone wants to see it. Everyone wants to see it. Tank against just a big ass round robin. Like you want to see Tank against Devin, Shakur, T.O., Josh Taylor, Lomachenko. Like you just like if the fans say, hey, just line all five of them up and just let Tank fight all five, that's what we would all want. You know what I mean?
Can I say one thing?
Go ahead, bro.
Check this out, G. And you man, I appreciate your knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Like you a thorough guy. You know what I mean? Like you think everything through as far as what it is that you say. Check this out, right? So even with this situation, remember they were having a 135-pound. There was the so-called kings, like the king. Like you had what were they calling them? Whatever they were. It's like the kings. Like so.
Yeah, I know you're talking about.
Yeah. So out of those guys, if you had Devin, if you had Tank, T.O., and you had Devin, Tank, T.O., what's the name?
One in Loma?
Okay, let's say for instance Loma, right?
Okay.
Who was the lowest of the totem pole? Out of the four kings.
So you said Tank, Loma,
Devin,
Ryan was.
So I would say Loma at this point in the career.
Hold on. All right, so bro, are we talking back then or are we talking right now?
When they were saying the four kings.
So we're dating back.
This is like damn near pandemic, like maybe like right.
Oh, Ryan for sure. Ryan for sure was the least of the four. I wouldn't even put him in the Kings list. But to be honest with you,
it was at that time when Ryan had knocked out Luke Campbell. Remember, he got knocked down. Mm-hmm. He ended up beating Luke Campbell. They were talking about the four kings.
Yeah.
So therefore, and again, I don't want to come across as somebody who's just taking a dump on Tank. Because I like Tank.
I'm not taking it like that at all. I actually appreciate your approach on it, because to be honest with you, your approach is actually the common approach. Like the normal boxing fan wants the same thing you want, and I want it too. You know what I'm saying? So your opinion is valid on Tank. There's more people thinking like you and making comments like you in regards to Tank than there are people making comments like me. Gotcha. Like you're more on the favorable side. Mine's is more kind of out there, to be honest with you. So you have the more traditional thinking when it comes down to Tank.
So then that lends me to say this. So you have the four kings, right. Out of the four kings, as opposed to taking the Devins, the Lomas, or the T.O.s, you face Ryan Garcia, and then on top of that, you face Ryan Garcia. Not that this is an excuse for what happened today. What happened today is what happened today. Mm-hmm. But you have like a stipulation in the contract. you supposed to be that dude. You
How
know
you
what I'm
feel?
saying?
So I'm assuming you ain't like that.
No, I didn't like it at all because
I ain't like it either. I ain't like it either.
because that can be an excuse for them. You know what I mean? Like moving forward, like just not at this stage. Like I think Tank, he can get to a point where he fights guys and he can make decisions and choices like that, but not necessarily because they too close in weight. It's not like it's not that big of a gap between them that you have to put something like that in there to beat a Ryan Garcia. Like you just beat Ryan Garcia, just whoop him.
Right.
You're better than him. So you don't have to do all of that type of stuff in this situation to me. You know what I mean? But I'm just saying, like, out of those guys who they were saying were the four kings, that's the guy that you choose, the least resistance, the least resistant. And then on top of that, there's a stipulation in it to face the least resistant guy. Like, and that's the point. That's why I can't, like, some of the things that you're saying, it appears to be that way as far as the talent, the power, the Deontay Wilder power that he possesses at the smaller weight class, the agility, the movement, all that type of stuff. I get it. But I just, like I say, man, you show me that against somebody who's like a world class, not necessarily even a world class, like an upper echelon guy.
Yeah.
I can feel that, you know what I'm saying? And I can agree with that. And I can go ahead and co-sign you. I can be like, man, Tank is that dude, you know, whatever. I seen that, man. Like being a boxing fan, watching Floyd Mayweather go through guys like Corrales, seeing him go through guys like De La Hoya, or even before that, you know what I'm saying? Like, but just you taking out the upper echelon guys. Don't fool me. Like, don't try to fool me against the guys that you're facing, man.
Quick question for you.
Yes,
Since when were you sold on Floyd? Like exactly when were you sold? Like he showed you something and you was like, okay, he gets the stamp.
When I was sold on him was
when was you sold on it?
Gino, when he fought Gennaro
Hernandez.
Early.
Okay. Yeah, so prior to the Hernandez fight, were you thinking the same way you're thinking now with Tank? Like you just didn't give him the stamp into the Gennaro fight.
No, like that's no. When you say the stamp, what do you mean though? Like
I'm talking about, it seems like you need to see a certain fight against a certain guy, upper echelon guy, for you to get a guy to stamp.
Mm-hmm.
So with Floyd, the Gennaro Hernandez fight was the fight after you seen that he got your stamp of approval in terms of, I guess you could say, crowning a guy. If I'm right.
I didn't crown him. I didn't.
You ain't crown him. Okay. All right. When did you crown Floyd? When did you crown him?
Hey, for me, before you answer, for me, it was Gotti, man.
It was Gotti,
and that was like my first time even really seeing Floyd.
Yeah.
That Gotti performance was, that was crazy, bro.
I ain't gonna lie to you. It wasn't even Gotti because I kind of expected the Gotti situation to happen because I thought Gotti was limited. But I'm telling you, like, Floyd was that dude to me. Now, as far as like, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, it depends on what you're saying. You know what I mean? Like, he was. I held him in high regard, but you got to keep in mind, like, at that same time, you got dudes like Roy. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna tell you, when Roy got the stamp to me when Roy beat James Toney. So you remember, like, that's around the same time. You know what I'm saying? It's like 90, like late 90s or whatever. You got that situation going. So you got Floyd, you got Roy, you got De La Hoya. Like, those dudes around the same time. I never really liked De La Hoya that much, but he gave my respect because he kept fighting. I'm like, damn, you fighting not Cortez, you mess around fighting goddamn Tito. Like, I didn't think he was gonna be doing that type of stuff. So with Floyd, That's what I'm saying. It depends on what you mean. Like I don't.
Because like, all right, so because the reason I asked you that is because you said you see a lot of the things that I see as far as Tank is concerned,
Right.
but you want to see Tank fight that one dude that's in that upper class before you can get to the comments that I was making.
Can he just get some belt? Can he get like the belt? You know what I'm saying?
You said for him to get a belt?
Like can he get like the belts?
Yeah, but to see the thing with that though, like shit, only one guy got it. Only one guy got them all. You know what I'm saying? And that's at both weight classes. Almost. That's at 35 and 40.
Yo, let me run through the comments, man.
Go ahead, bro.
It's a lot of them, man.
The comments in here going crazy.
Yeah, I'm gonna just run through them, man. So William Bynes says they were probably asked at the post press conference. He's talking about I think Tank's next opponents, like who they ask him, who he fight next and all that. So Lady G, she says, so funny how Garcia got hurt, just like Uncle Berner hurt his partner Oscar. Garcia wasn't ready. The only thing he did smart tonight, he stayed down. Lady G, she says he knew Tank was about to transform from Tank to Shark. I hope he didn't break his nose. Yeah, because he was bleeding out from his nose. So Bell Jackson, absolutely right. Garcia didn't even try to set traps. I've been comparing him to Khan for years. And hey, man, there's a meme going around. You know how they have like the 4 pictures, and it shows Garcia turning into Amir Khan in the last picture.
Yo, I did not see that, bro.
Yeah, I got somebody sent it to me.
Yo, you gotta send that to me, bro. You remember I mentioned Amir Khan? I never seen or heard what you just said. That's crazy.
Yeah, I got that. I'll send it to you. So, yeah, Bell Jackson says Ryan lacks ring IQ. Lady G, this was good for real boxing tonight, not internet sensation boxing, real boxing. She said peace, but she said another kind. She said, did y'all hear one of the judges made the second round 10-10 crackheads from the Vegas Strip to judge that fight?
You lying. I need to see the scorecards, Lady G. I don't know about that. I don't know. Listen, hey, Lady G, if you're correct, we picketing. We need that judge fired.
Hey, man, she know her stuff, man. We been in the building for a lot of the same fights.
Lady G.
Yeah, she know her stuff, man. Bell Jackson, the problem with the money Tank comparison is Floyd earned the right to guide his career the way he did. Tank hasn't.
Talk to me. Talk that talk, boy.
Well, the thing with that, I agree with it, like in its essence. But I could see if somebody else was guiding Tank's career, but it's Floyd. It's Floyd. Like it's literally Floyd. Like so he's treating Tank as if he was himself. He was literally treating Tank as if he was himself. But I agree with the I agree with the comment on at the premise. Yes, I agree with it 100%.
Yeah, Chris G says boxing pops in the house.
Yeah, that's my boxing son right there. Big shout out to Chris G, man. Big shout out to you, bro.
That's William Byron says appreciate this round table and the wisdom share. Yeah.
Big shout out to you, man. Big shout out.
Appreciate you, William.
Yeah, Val Jackson says the new 4 Kings. It was Ryan. Devin, Tank, Teal, and Ryan.
The original, yeah.
Okay. William Byron says, I think the modern 4 Kings can't be appointed yet. I would have my eyes on Shakur, of course, and Tank is there. We need more level of opposition and such. Was at the Castillo fight in 2002. Seeing Floyd in person was something to behold. Argument for the greatest of all time, certainly of the modern era.
I'm sure.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah, he says, I think that one dude that hasn't been discovered yet that would help define Tank in the fight. He says, Lady G for the comment of the episode. I'm not sure which one he's talking about, though. Yeah, don't forget Joe Goosen also trained Khan. Wow, I didn't even think about that. so the similarities are even closer. Chris G, yeah, that 10-10 thing from the judge is true. Okay.
Yo, that's insane, bro. That's hey, Chris G, or Lady G. Hold on, Chris G, y'all related? Chris G and Lady G, y'all related?
Nah, this guy.
Yo, listen, somebody got to get me the judge name, man. I need to make a video on that. And I ain't made a video in a minute, man. I got to go off on that.
Yeah, but now it wasn't 10-10. You got to give Tank the round. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is
Ryan was winning the round. Like he was winning the whole round.
But that was the knockdown round.
It's a blasphemy. You can't do that. Like you
That's
can't give it
crazy. And that be the problem, bro. When I see nonsense, I don't care what the result of the fight is. Nonsense is nonsense, yo. I'm calling it right out, bro.
Yes, sir.
Right out.
That might be like Oscar might have had that dude paid off.
Yeah, Oscar always got one judge in the back pocket for sure.
I know he had him for Canelo.
That's bro. I'm like, Canelo was up 4 rounds against Bivol before the fight started. Like at the weigh-in, he was up 4-0. Like that was crazy. That was
like judge.
Crazy,
they always
bro.
say the judge Bird. I just know her last name was Bird. The woman judge. They always said she was real terrible with her scores. Yeah. So
no, not Moretti.
Said this is from a site called Blood Elbow. As seen on the photo below, judges seemingly ignored Tank Davis' clean knockdown in the second round. Okay. So Chris said the Castillo fight was the one fight most people had Floyd losing. It's the only one that you can make argument.
Yo, your comment section is
it's lit, man. Especially this time. You know what I'm saying? None of the 3 judges gave Davis a 10-8 score in the second stanza, with judges Tim Cheatham and Steve Westfield both giving him a 10-9.
That's disgusting, bro.
Yeah, Moretti is the name, sir.
It can't. Dave Moretti has been trash for
a long time.
God knows how long, bro. And he's the main judge in Vegas for all the big fights.
Yeah, it's like he the man or something.
Oh my God!
Already there for a minute, like that's.
Yeah.
But you know what's crazy though?
Yeah.
So you familiar with him?
No, hell yeah, I'm familiar with Dave Moretti. Moretti is horrible.
I have to see him, bro. I have to see him, man. I may have seen him, but I have to see him, bro. Like Bond said, those scorecards are already disagreeable. To make things work more bizarre, Judge Dave Moretti somehow scored that as a 10-10.
Yo, he needs to be suspended, bro. He needs to be suspended. There's no logical or technical way for you to. The only way I'm letting that go is unless he says that's a typo.
Yeah, the closest thing you can say is a 10-9. That's the closest thing.
Yeah, like technically you can't even say a 10-10 because of the knockdown. You could legally you can't say it's a 10-10. Right. Like he went bro. So imagine if that fight goes 12, right? And they actually review the cards. Do they correct that? Because that's not even legal. Like it's against scoring rules.
Unless he's saying that Ryan Garcia was on the verge of stopping Tank. That wasn't the case.
What fight he was watching?
That's what I'm saying. Like Ryan Garcia was being aggressive. He was, he was doing his thing or whatever. But that wasn't. At the very least.
I'm about to put my boxing son on punishment, bro. I'm about to put him on punishment. Go ahead and read it. Legend.
He says Dave Moretti scored the 10-10. I thought it was 10-9. William Bond says Moretti just did the Benavidez Plant fight also. Chris G, Ryan won 250 of the 3-minute round 2. So I think you can argue a 10-9.
Wait. Chris G, I love you. like a son. You are my boxing son, but I gotta put you in the corner for this one, bro. Listen, if a person is dominating a round in terms of just boxing, right? Just boxing, and you land a shot like that, it wasn't luck or none of that. Like you land a shot like that, like it can't be a 10-9. Like it cannot be a 10-9. Now there are some cases. So let's just say Will, so check this out, right?
Mm-hmm.
So say if Tank gets that knockdown, right? But it's debatable whether it was a knockdown or not. Like feet might have got tangled up, might have been a little bit of a slip, off angle, something like that. Then I can ride with Chris G's comment.
Right.
No, that was a legit Ryan Garcia throwing real dumb. Tank sat down on a shot and caught him clean.
Right.
I'm not. There was nothing in that round that Ryan Garcia did that trumps that. He didn't do enough in them 2 minutes and 50 seconds for me to give him a 10-9.
No,
That means nothing happened. That means nothing happened.
I agree, G. I agree with that. Like I think that it had to be that. Yeah, it was a 10-8, definitely.
Hey, Will.
All I'm saying is that it ain't no damn 10-10.
Will, listen. And Chris G is my son. I've taught him better than this. I've spent too much time with Chris G, molding him to the man he is today. You can't be giving out no comments like that, Chris. Like, no, now he said argue. He said you can argue it. So I'm gonna give you a pass. You out the corner. I'm gonna give you a pass. You know, you come on out the corner now, man. But I was getting ready to get on him, legend. I was getting ready to get on him, bro.
Yeah, let me get this last one. Wayne Bauer says, I can't remember the exact fight, but I am 100% positive that ESPN had an article about Berretti and bad judges in 2017.
Believe that. He been a bad judge in 17, 18, 19, 20, post-COVID, all that. Like, horrible.
Yeah, Chris said maybe if it happened at the beginning of the round, then Ryan was winning the rest of the round, I think that would argue a 10-9.
I agree. Now that's my son right there. That's my son comment right there. Now, when you have a situation like that, the difference between you explaining that and how it actually went down is if it goes that way, right? Like you're literally showing like, okay, I got up from the shot. Let's say he gets knocked down 10 seconds into the round. I'll give you a perfect example. Sean Porter and Adrian Broner. 12th round. Am I right, Will?
Yeah.
You can make the argument Sean basically won that round, even though he got knocked down in the first 10 seconds. So that's a prime example, Chris, of your example, like in real life. It can happen like that.
Yeah, let me
finish these up.
He says, let's consider that a judge gets $20K per fight. Source LA Times. If Moretti is sincere and isn't using some bias on Tank, what does it mean? It means dude is in his 70s and slipped.
Nah, he been slipping for a long time. Did they say whether or not they are did they bet their purses, or was that just talk?
They would never legally let that happen.
Okay.
They would never legally let that happen because there's too many people that has to get paid from out of that. Let's say Tank loses. How does Calvin Ford get paid? How does the gym get paid?
Yeah, what if they just my purse, like whatever it is I'm supposed to get, like I go to you.
I mean, if they listen, if they have a legally binding contract, and if they dumb enough to sign it, then yeah. I mean, I'm not doing that. You know what I'm saying? Like straight up. Yeah, hell no. I ain't doing that. I don't care how confident I am. Screw that.
Yeah, let me get it. He says, so either he's incompetent or he's crooked, or because he's a conservative guy, he's biased towards Tank, utter nonsense. Chris says, I'm dying. Ryan Byron says Ryan would have Ryan would have had to fight like he was fighting to live for it to be 10-9. I feel because Tank's knockdown was significant.
Yeah, like that's the difference. That's the difference. And then the timing of it as well. Like that's important as well. But yeah, William, that's a good point, man. Like that's really a good point. Like it's crazy. It's crazy, man. Like it will like going back to the Floyd thing real quick, bro. Like I'm gonna tell you my progression as far as Floyd was concerned.
Okay.
I knew Floyd was on my radar pretty much after like his third fight. I said, yo, this dude he's nice. He got my stamp after a 2-fight run between Emmanuel Augustus and Angel Manfredi.
Okay.
When he fought them two and got through them two.
G, I'm gonna stop you right there. Hold on, G. I gotta stop you. Because you gotta keep in mind, like Roy was doing this thing though too.
No. That's separate. I'm not talking about like best fighter in the world type stamp. I'm talking about he exceeded my expectations.
Gotcha.
Like so when he fought Augustus, or he's Emmanuel Burton back then,
right.
And then he fought Angel Manfredi, I was like, okay, he gets my own personal stamp. Now I'm with you around the time when he fought. I was expecting the Gotti thing. I was expecting that. Pretty much after that, when he fought Chop Chop at 140, and Chop Chop was legit at 140. Like that was he was bold taking that fight at 140. A lot of guys wouldn't have taken that fight. You know what I'm saying? So,
but see, G, you saying a lot of shit though. You know what I'm saying? Like he done. So all the stuff that you mentioned, like even the man Freddie and all that type of stuff, like that, and Augustus, you got Corrales was in between that shit too.
Correct. You right, bro. You right. Let me ask you this, bro. Let me ask you this real quick. If Tank fights trying to think of a name. Is there a guy Tank can fight outside of those 5 guys we mentioned? And he beats that guy and it's like, yo, okay, I'm good now.
I did say Frank Martin, but I just feel it's too early for Frank Martin. That's just me. But I just threw a name out there.
Frank Martin is good, but so you saying at 135? Or does it
even 35 or 40? 35 or 40.
Oh, 140. If he fight any of the top legitimate top guys at 140, like I'm saying, like the legitimate guys, Regis. What's my guy name? The Sabrius, whatever his name.
Oh yeah, that's my guy, man. Matisse, man. All right, yeah, me and you, cool.
Right,
that's my guy right there.
Any of those legitimate dudes at 140, the top 5, anybody like that.
Okay, we on the same page. No, we on the same page. We on the same page 100%. Because I like earlier, I'm like, and I should have asked you this earlier. I'm thinking your opinion was exclusively for those 5. Once you said Subriel, Matisse, and them guys, I'm cool. Yeah, we straight. We on the same page. We on the same page, bro. Straight up, we on the same page.
Yeah,
bro, your comment section.
let me run through them now. Chris G says, yo, I don't think Wine quit those body shots. You don't see or no joke. He got up from big face shots. So I don't think he quit, in my opinion. And I said, man, that maybe it's just me, but that body shot didn't look like it was that bad. That's just me.
Yeah, who said he quit though? Is that what they saying?
Well, he didn't get up from the 10 count. I mean,
the thing is, like, anybody that knows anything about boxing, when you get hit with that body shot in the sweet spot, it paralyzes you. Yeah, you can want to get up all you want, but it paralyzes you. There's very few people that actually got up from a devastating body shot and they're paralyzed. Like,
we seen it. Yeah, we seen it with Ryan Garcia, Luke Campbell. We seen it with Berno and De La Hoya.
Yeah, but I said now the one dude that was the most gangster as far as getting up from a body shot was Chino. was Chino Maidana when Khan hit him with the double hooks to the body, and he crumbled down in that first round, and he got up. I was like, bro, I said that's some gangster shit right there. Like anybody else would have been out, like out cold. Like you know what I'm saying? No, those shots you can't say Ryan Garcia quit because, and you could tell in the sign of a really good body shot is the delayed reaction. Like that delayed reaction, that's the shot that affects the liver. You know what I'm saying? So you take the Bernard Hopkins and Oscar De La Hoya one, that was mainly a rib shot. Like, because his reaction was immediate. That liver shot, you can walk for a good 2 seconds and then you like, oh shit, like, and it literally shuts your body down.
Yeah. That's exactly what Garcia did, man.
Facts.
Didn't Tank say that Ryan got hurt in sparring by a body shot?
Correct. Correct. And that's and you know the thing that's funny, bro, is Ryan Garcia got a lot of his popularity from doing like the body shot challenge. And I always said, bro, he put the body shield on people and he's ripping shots to the body against dudes, and big dudes 200-300 pounds is crumbling. I said, you never see him take a body shot. Yeah. You never seen him take a body shot. Yeah. Like, so it's I wasn't surprised, bro.
Yeah. Hey, to follow up on that, man, he used to make those videos, like you said, he used to make them videos, boxing guys hitting the bag and stuff, and the guys would go down like after he would land the shot. So I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I'm like, bro, that skinny frame. I said, he probably can. If he had to take his own body shots, he's taking probably about 3 of them Jones. He falling.
I got a question for both of you fellas before I go ahead and head out, man. Is this right. So where do you think that Ryan goes from here, and then where do you think that Tank goes from here?
Legend, you want to get at that first, bro?
And like I said, I'll just throw some names out for. I don't know what direction Tank is going to go in, but just to throw some names out, Tevin Farmer still, Gary Russell, Frank Martin, I'll throw in Regis, Prograis, Matias. Those are some names. Josh Taylor and Ryan Garcia, man. I don't know, man.
Like, do you think he should take off for a while, or what you thinking?
I mean, no, I wouldn't say. I would say get right back in there. I mean, we know that Tank got the serious power. Mm-hmm. And so, I mean, it was his first loss. I mean, it wasn't like he was laid out cold. So, I mean, just dust yourself off, get back in there.
I think he got lucky because he got hit with a body shot. It could have been worse.
Yeah. I listen, and big shout out to Ryan Garcia for actually searching for that smoke, man. Mm-hmm. Like, big shout out to him, man. And this is the problem I be having with cats. You take a guy like this, and he's looking for the big fight. Like, he took the weight clause thing as much as we didn't like it. He did everything that we ask of a fighter. Like, an undefeated fighter. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of who's on the resume, like, he asked for the smoke. Like, you gotta give him props for that, and you can't really hang this L over his head long term because he essentially gave you what a lot of people wanted. At the end of the day, 2 big name guys going at it, even though there was a major difference in talent in there. Bro, to answer your question though, bro, what would be a good fight for Garcia coming back? Giving George Kambosos.
That quick?
Yeah. Giving George Kambosos that quick. Because the thing with George Kambosos, Ryan Garcia can get his stuff off, and he ain't got to worry about George Kambosos. He don't have to worry about George Kambosos. Kambosos is going to run into shots all night. It's a perfect style matchup for Ryan Garcia if and when he returns. So that's probably the one guy I would put Ryan Garcia. If I'm controlling Ryan Garcia's career, that's exactly where I'm going. I'm going right to Kambosos.
Kambosos got some dude he about to fight. I think it was a dude out of the UK he about to fight.
Yeah, but he's just gonna run in the shots. He actually has less of an IQ than he does. But people were fooled by Kambosos because of what he did to Teofimo. People don't know. George Kambosos had somebody that was in Teofimo's camp that was a former coach of Teofimo's for over a year. He had to drop on Teofimo. Like if I studied one person for a whole year, I know them inside and out. That still don't make me a smart fighter. That just makes me a smart fighter when it comes down to him.
Right.
Kambosos is not a smart fighter. Like if they want to get Ryan Garcia back on the right track, go find George Kambosos. He'll get you right. He'll definitely get you right. You know what I'm saying? And as far as Tank is concerned, Tank is in a really, really, really weird spot, bro. Tank is on the verge of. Some people think he's a superstar. I don't think he's there yet. People really going to be saying he's a superstar now because it's Ryan Garcia thing. I still don't think he's a superstar. I think he's a star. But Tank is on the verge of really, really planting his feet down is one of the faces of boxing. He's about a fight or two away. The only problem is, bro, is everybody he need to fight is on the other side of the block. And that's where the problem is. So I'm curious to see how much control does Tank have of his career. Because if we want to see the fights that everybody wants to see, if I had to choose out of the 5 guys that we mentioned, I think the one fight that he would have I don't even want to say the easiest time with, but the one fight where he doesn't have as much danger is probably Tio.
Oh, yeah.
And I like Tio, but Tio, I'm sorry, he lost his last fight.
Tio was on his Anthony Joshua. He's trying to find himself right now.
Tio is, and you know the problem with Tio, bro. And my man Padman McGriff told me this years ago. This is way before the Kambosos loss. He was like, "Yo, he got to get his dad out of his corner. Man. You can tell Tio is not progressing technically as a fighter, and you can see it. I was seeing it prior to his last fight, because I'm like, when he took his first fight at 140, people had a problem with it. I said, yo, Teofimo is not like that. Teofimo's not that dude that can jump up to the next weight class, fight the top dog at the next weight class, and run through him. I'm like, no, I don't have a problem with what Tio did when he first came to 140. I'm like, he has to take gradual steps to get himself where he needs to be at 140 to be competitive. 140 may be the deepest division in boxing. It may be the deepest division because you got to add some of these 135 guys too.
Right. And then you got to factor in too, like Tio, I think he's doing what you said as far as Broner. You know what I mean? As far as benefiting off of guys who are smaller when he was at 135. Like when you go to 140, it's like now that shit even. So you don't have them same advantages as you did, then your power is not the same.
Right. And you know what, bro? And that's where, that's why I love having these conversations with people, because sometimes you have to talk to somebody for a little. And this is our first time talking. I talk to Legend all the time. This is our first time talking. So I'm like, when you have a conversation about boxing, I'm like, if you got 2 people that's knowledgeable about the game, eventually when you circle the block, you're going to end up in the same place. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you're going to end up in the same place, man. So always appreciate these conversations, at the end of the day, because at some point, Tank is going to have to get through a fight and not have to rely on his power. You understand what I'm saying? And that's what's going to have to happen at 140. If he fights a Subriel Matisse at 140, he's having problems. He fights a Prograis at 140, he's having problems. You know what I'm saying? He fights a Josh Taylor, the Josh Taylor that I know.
Right.
He's having problems. So Tank Davis is at a point where he can't really avoid any problems anymore. And keep his status in terms of how much money he wants to make per fight. Them Hector Garcias and all that's done.
I don't know.
That's done.
You don't think he can do a Pitbull? You know, he got the Pitbull rematch. You don't think he can do a Rolly rematch if Rolly is successful?
Hell no, like
not Rolly.
Hell no, not Rolly.
Rolly about to fight for a belt.
No, hold on. Oh yeah, they making it a vacant belt.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, Rolly. I like Rolly, yo. Like I like Rolly because Rolly has literally talked himself in the fights.
Right.
I love Rolly. You need guys like Rolly, you know, in the sport of boxing. I don't think there's anyone on the PBC side that Tank can fight and he can get the money that he wants. You got to think about it. He fought Ryan Garcia. This is probably a career payday from him.
Right.
You usually don't go down in pay once you get one of these fights. It's kind of like with Wilder when he fought Fury. He fought Fury, career high payday. He never went down from that until his last fight.
But check this out though. Hold on. Like sometimes dudes will take that big fight, then they might take a soft touch. Like he might do something where he do a homecoming back in Baltimore or something like that, a showcase type thing.
Right.
And then get prepared for another big fight where he at that fight, it's like, okay, now I'm about to fight this dude.
That's the key. That last thing you just said, that's the key. The only way he takes a soft touch fight is unless it's a Ryan Garcia type money or bigger type fight coming up right after.
Yeah.
So I'm out of circle the block with you. I'm in the same spot with you. You know what I'm saying? Like I can definitely see that happening. But who's the big fight though?
It would have to be one of those guys that we talked about, either Shakur or Devin or somebody like that. That he
or even take T like so take like so for example, right? Take I know you got roll, but take T.O. and Josh Taylor, right? Me personally, if Josh Taylor wins, the only way the Tank Davis Josh Taylor fight even makes sense from a financial standpoint is if it goes down in the UK. And you know Tank ain't going to the UK to fight Josh Taylor.
right.
Like he's just not going to do it. So with that being said, I'd rather have T.O. win that fight because if it's T.O. and Tank in New York City, bruh.
I don't even think Tank mess with T.O. in New York City though.
I don't think he would neither. I think it'll go down in Vegas. He'll follow the Floyd blueprint. But if that thing goes down in New York, Barclays Center,
oh yeah. You talking something.
Bro, that thing would be insane. Like that thing would be insane, bro. Like
G5. So let me ask this question then. I don't know if you may have not had an opportunity like to break it down just yet.
Right.
What you thinking about T.O. like that fight with Josh though?
Bro, I can break that down to you real quick, bro. It depends on if the Josh Taylor I know shows up, T.O. getting mopped. T.O.'s getting mopped. If the Josh shows up that I know,
right,
he's getting mopped. But if it's anything less than A plus Josh Taylor, you probably looking at a 50-50 fight. You're probably looking at a 50-50 fight. But it's on Josh Taylor though. Like the book is out on T.O. We know who T.O. is. Like you can
look at shaky right now.
Say it again.
He's looking shaky, and he's not sure of himself right now.
Yeah, he's the thing about it is with Tio got it all. Like he has the physical ability. He talked that talk. He's flamboyant. All of that stuff. But Tio, he camouflages his lack of ring IQ as well. Really, the only thing Tio really does that's kind of intelligent is his pot shot game is nice. But you can't get away with just pot shots when you're facing the top 5 guys, top 5, top 6, top 7 guys. That pot shot shit don't work. Like you seen that with Caleb Plant and Canelo. You only can pot shot for so long. You seen it in the Caleb Plant Canelo fight. You seen it in the Caleb Plant Benavidez fight. Pot shots is meant to set up the big shit. If you don't throw the big shit, what's the point in the pot shots?
Right.
That's like that's like your baby being bad, but you just tap them on the thigh. They ain't gonna stop being bad. You gotta rock them. Like you feel what I'm saying? Like you gotta rock them. You can tap them on the thigh 100 times. That shit ain't going like that. Shit is not gonna work. You know what I'm saying? Like Tio, he's been fighting the same way for years, and just the book is out on him. And I'm talking about same punch variety, punch patterns, situational boxing. He's doing the exact same thing. He's not switching it up because he done had the same person in his goddamn camp.
Need a trainer.
And his dad, right? And see, Devin Haney was smart. He had Bill Haney, but Bill Haney's smart enough to know I don't know everything.
Right.
I don't know everything. So he brought Yoel Judah in. He brought Padman McGriff in. He brought guys in to improve Devin Haney. You can see Devin Haney's made improvements over the last like 2-3 fights. Like offensively, he's made more improvements. Right. You know what I'm saying? So you can see the improvements. Teofimo needs a trainer. His dad is not a trainer. His dad is a motivator. There's a difference between a motivator and a trainer. Like, you give Teofimo Virgil Hunter and watch what he do. Virgil Hunter ain't never have anybody. Now, Andre Ward is one of the best to ever do it. But Andre Ward is not physically one of the most talented guys out there. He's just one of the best fighters, period.
Right.
But physically, there's guys that's more talented than Andre Ward. You give a Virgil Hunter a Teofimo Lopez, bro, he's gonna be wrapping circles around dudes. Like Tio's and much respect to Tio, he's doing what he's doing right now with no real guidance. He's got to where he is in his whole career with no real guidance. It's guys like that, bro. Like they just lack trainers. Like take a Danny Garcia. Danny Garcia's never really had any real guidance during the course of a fight. He's always had to figure it out on his own.
Yeah.
All his dad doing is yelling at him in between rounds.
Yeah. And his dad got that calm mentality too, man.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like that's what I'm saying. A lot of these fighters, I give a lot of these fighters credit, man, because it's a lot of fighters that got real trash ass trainers, and I'm talking about fight night. Fight night in between rounds, you be like, yo, why are you there? Like, you know what I mean? Like, why are you there? But see, that's what makes the difference between a good fighter and a great fighter. You know what I'm saying? Like you take like a Devin Haney, like Bill Haney is always giving him good game, in between rounds. He's always telling them the right thing to do. You know what I'm saying? Calvin Ford is one of the most underrated trainers out there. Tank is the way he is right now because he had the same trainer and he built him from scratch. You know what I'm saying? Josh Taylor, same thing.
I'm gonna cut you off, G. But I think with Tank, is he got that foundation with Ford, but then he also getting that good game from places he's been with, the Mayweather gym and all that type of stuff. So that's.
And you know what, bro? And another thing, bro, like the thing with Tank, like, and this is the bad thing about the Mayweather gym, you actually hear more about the sparring wars than the actual lessons that get taught.
Right.
in the Mayweather gym. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, people thinking the Mayweather gym, they thinking like doghouse. You think Mayweather gym, you think doghouse, and I'm like, yo, it's so much more going on inside of a gym. Like, you just see what's going on camera. You know what I mean? The fancy pad work and all this and all that. I'm like, you don't see them dudes in the ring with them dudes on a late night. You know what I'm saying? Like, actually breaking down like fundamentals and shit. Like, that's the shit that don't go on camera. You know what I mean? That's why, like you said, man, like you got a lot of dudes out here that's really getting good education, but there's a lot of fighters that just they don't get no direction on fight night. They get no direction on fight night. Ryan Garcia, I mean, listen, Joe Goosen is a good trainer. Joe Goosen is a good trainer, but sometimes a fighter can be so far gone as far as you can't gain ring IQ in 3 camps. Like, ring IQ comes, it's either got to be God gifted or it got to be molded from when you were like super young. You got very few that kind of trumps that. Like, take like a Sergio Martinez. He started when he was like, what, 16, 17? My favorite fighter of all time, James Toney, he ain't start till like 16, 17. You couldn't tell me he wasn't boxing since he was like 4. Like, he was that skilled, like in his prime. Like, so there's a few that kind of, you know,
And they say James Toney, he'd be driving around, he'd run across the gym, he'd just go up there, he'd be cold, but he'd just go up there and be whooping on anybody up in the gym.
That's a fact, bro. That's a fact, bro. Like, that's a fact. Like, them crunk gym joints, man.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a fact. Like, but when James Toney and them was in the crunk gym, they had McClellan in that gym, they had Tony in that gym, they had so many dudes in that gym, and all of them was around the same weight class. We talking 154 to 68.
But they all sparred each other.
And all sparred each other. The only person that Tony couldn't spar was Tommy Hearns.
Yeah.
Like,
they didn't have any sessions with each other?
No, none.
Okay.
Because Emmanuel Stewart wouldn't allow it.
Okay.
He knew what time it was with James. He knew what time it was with James. Like, that was not saying that James was going to whoop him and all that. It was one of them joints like, you're not gonna be able to stop that sparring. They gonna go at it till the lights go out. Like, you know what I mean? But yeah, man, it's gonna be interesting to see where Tank goes from here. Cause I don't know. I just know he got to cross the street. I just know he has to cross the street or convince someone to come over there. And I don't know. I think depending on the pay-per-view numbers for this fight, I think that's really going to determine what's next for Tank in terms of the big fight. Like, is the next big fight going to be somebody crossing over to PBC because they can, you know, there's enough money to go around? Or I don't even think Tank, bro, we might be right back at the same point, bro. I might be I don't know when the next time Legend going on, but we might be back on here months from now and be like, Tank still ain't fought none of the top 5 dudes yet because he you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it's based on like what you said. Like, it depends on the numbers. But see, this is the thing. Like, the guys so for instance, like him and Ryan, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is a big fight, but at the same time, the guys, like the people that are interested in this fight, they know how to stream. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I don't know if that's going to impact the numbers for who purchased this shit. You know what I'm saying? So that could play a major factor, because you would think, I've heard more people talk about this fight than I've heard in a long time. Like, it's a lot of people who just run up on me and be like, who you got? You think Ryan's going to beat Tank? Or I got Ryan. You know, there's a lot of people doing that type of thing that I've never had just with a regular fight that was even, to me, had more at stake as far as like the guys who were going to face each other, like as far as like the where each guy is in their weight class. Right.
What you think a good number, bro? What you think a good pay-per-view number is for them?
about 850.
Damn, bro. Y'all know I like you, man. I said that to Shane earlier today, man. I said, yo, a good number about a good 850.
Yeah,
But to be honest with you, bro, I don't even know if they're gonna get the 850, man. Like, cause I'm gonna tell. I hate to give up the sauce, but I gotta give it up. Showtime, if you're listening, bro, you can go on TikTok and find that fight anywhere. You can go on Instagram and find that fight anywhere. Even if you wanted to buy the fight and support these fighters and support the sport of boxing, it's kind of hard to do it when you literally click on your phone and the fight is right there.
Facts, bro. Facts.
Like, right there. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so it's just, that's why the pay-per-view model is really, it's kind of getting dead. It's really getting dead. And I was talking to Shane about this earlier today. Like, Al Heyman don't believe in site fees. He believe in pay-per-views and back-end money. There is no back-end money because a lot of these dudes is not buying the fights. Like, it's crazy. So let's just say Tank Davis and Ryan Garcia hits the number that Will and I agree on is 850,000. We can all agree that about 25 million people watch this fight. Am I correct? At least 25 million. But there's a difference between, you know, the fan that puts money into the sport and the fan that don't put money into the sport. There's way more fans that don't put money into the sport than vice versa. You know what I'm saying? But I think 850 would be a great number. Now if it does like 5 or 6, then that's bad. That's really, really, really bad. Like for two names this big, because Tank by himself does anywhere between 150 to 250, depending on the opponent.
Mm-hmm.
Ryan Garcia has never been on pay-per-view. We don't know what his consumers are doing. We don't know if his consumers are just social media or they're actually going to pay out of their pocket for a pay-per-view. We don't know.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if this joint does 850 to $1 million, you can arguably say you can probably throw Ryan Garcia on pay-per-view even after a loss because the numbers prove it.
G,
He probably could. Mm-hmm.
My bad, because you was you know, you had your thought that you was trying to get across. But I want to ask you this one, because you're a knowledgeable guy. You know what I mean? You have certain insights that, I mean, I don't have. As far as, now I know that Adrian Broner, he made an announcement about his next opponent or whatever. We thought that potentially we might get the big fight between Spence and Crawford. You know what I'm saying?
Did they announce that? Did they announce it?
Nope.
No, they
See,
did
this
not.
that bullshit, Legend. This that bullshit, bro. Like this is why I got caught up the last time they was going to announce it, and I put myself out there, and they ended up not doing it, man. That's some bullshit.
But hey, I read on Boxing Scene that what's the Showtime CEO name? Abenoza.
Oh, Espinosa, yeah.
He announced that he said they're not going to announce it because it wasn't done. So I read this that he said they're not going to announce it.
Yo, I'm sick and tired. I'm getting sick and tired of back
Yeah,
and forth
that's
shit,
what everybody's saying, man. They said they done with Crawford and Spence, man.
I'm cool on that.
That was
But go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
That was my question, G. My question was, who do you think is most responsible for the fight not happening?
Can I like split it up like a pie, or I gotta blame like one person?
I mean,
Like, because it's not just one person. Like bro, is I don't know, bro. I like looking back on it now. You'd have asked me this 3 months ago, I'd have told you Al Heyman for sure. But if you can make a Tank and Ryan Garcia fight, I think Tank and Ryan Garcia should be the more difficult fight to make. And it happened on pay-per-view, all that, right? So now fast forwarding, Bud is basically a free agent, which is not necessarily a great thing in boxing as people would like to think. So they couldn't get the fight done when Bud was at Top Rank. They can't get the fight done now, and he's not with Top Rank. And Al Heyman has shown that he can make fights with guys that's not on his network as long as they're willing to come over to his network. So you got Ryan Garcia, Tank Davis, you got Canelo Alvarez, Caleb Plant. So for the right fight, right situation, he'll make it happen. For some reason, this one ain't happening. So I'm going to say, whether it's fair or not, I'm going to say Crawford. I'm going to say Crawford, and I hate to say it because it may not be his fault. But when you are the fighter that doesn't have a promotional company, a promoter is only going to give you but so much in negotiations. So what I think is Al Heyman wants a certain set of things from Terrence Crawford in order for him to get a fight from Errol Spence. Unification. Terrence Crawford has no leverage. None at all. When you're a free agent, they don't give you a title fight. They don't give you a shot at all the belts unless you sign a promotional deal with them or you got options on their next couple fights. That's just how the boxing business goes. So it's either Terrence Crawford either doesn't want Al Heyman to be his advisor after this fight, or he doesn't want Al Heyman to have no control over him after this fight, which means it's a one-off. And if it's a one-off, then Al Heyman is within his right to offer him what he doesn't, what he doesn't want or what he wants. So I'm gonna say, I hope that makes sense, but I'm gonna blame Bud, but to be honest, I can't blame, you're not gonna shortchange me for a Spence fight. You're not gonna shortchange me for a Spence fight. Spence is that dude. And he got the belts on top of that. On top of him being that dude. I'm not taking no short money or a bullshit situation to take on Spence. That's a life-changing fight for better or for worse. I need to be taken care of. So I'm going to blame Bud, but I don't blame him. I don't blame him.
Y'all mind if I run through these comments, man?
Go ahead, run through them, bro.
Up, man. I want them. Think I forgot about him, man. Let me just skim through some, man. Gary, wrestling promoter. Ryan didn't get a fair shot. They were in Vegas. Floyd used every advantage he could. Shakes my head.
That's an interesting comment.
Yeah. Chris G. Yo, was the fight with Chop Chop the one where Floyd said quit crying? Yeah, that was the one.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, now I seen Chop Chop, when I went to Tank and had the Garcia fight, he was there.
Yeah, Chop Chop cool, man. Chop cool people.
Yeah, he cool, man. He had the wig on too.
Yeah, I don't like them. I don't like them tidy whities he be wearing either, man. They be blinding me on Instagram. I had to block him.
Chop be one of them underpants though.
Man.
Yeah.
But he's good fighter.
Man.
You know what I'm saying?
He was looking like one of them roller skate dudes from the 80s, man. Wayne Barnes said, Gary, wrestling promoter, you weren't wearing your glasses for that fight. What fair shot? A 60-second count from those knockdowns, please. Gary, wrestling promoter, it was a fast count. It looked like watch it in Buffalo Wild Wings.
Mm-hmm.
Chris G says, I guess he tried to correct this for saying Mattia's name or something.
That's typical.
Chris G, lots of people saying he quit. Gary, wrestling promoter, people resent a guy because he is a good-looking guy. People jealous of Garcia. William Bond, more than enjoyed this episode. Legend Ty, appreciate it. With the guests sharing their boxing knowledge. If you ever want to try, we could try to host a boxing party between Maryland and Delaware. All right, man, I'll get with you about that. I know we talked about that off camera. Throwing money to help fund it could be a joyous night with a lot of people. Okay.
Let's do it, William, man. Let's get that pop.
I'm down with that for sure.
Yeah. All right. Gary, wrestling promoter Ryan Garcia, don't quit, shakes my head. Chris G, Ryan Garcia will win the rematch. I don't think they're gonna have it though.
Nah, they ain't
They
gonna have no
it.
rematch. Only way they have a rematch is unless that joint do over $1 million. If it do over $1 million, then yeah, they'll entertain it.
He said, Gary, this is a very chill conversation. No need to yell. You should listen to these three men speaking. they beefing, man, in the comments.
Yeah.
William Byron agree with Mr. G5 Jeff. Tank is a star. He's a star to people like us who are educated in the sport. He's a future superstar for sure in the future.
Okay.
Sky's the limit for Tank and Shakur. I also believe in Benavidez, even if he gets a loss to Canelo.
Well, he gonna get a loss to Canelo. Yeah. What do you think about that, G?
All right, so my answer is gonna be real similar to my Josh Taylor joint. It depends on what Canelo shows up. If that Canelo that showed up in the Bivol fight and the fight before that, even the Caleb Plant fight, he doesn't beat Benavidez. But if Canelo is like himself, Benavidez is going to have a tough time. And people think because Benavidez has a really good offense, they think like, oh, well, Canelo not going to be able to do anything with that. I'm like, Benavidez ain't never been in there with no Canelo before. And people can say what they want about Canelo, but when Canelo was on, he's one of the best in the business. He's one of the best in the business, man. I don't even know if I don't even know if Benavidez beats David Morrell right now.
Yeah, I didn't see it. Did Morrell? What did Morrell do tonight? Was he
knockout first round?
Oh shit!
Yeah. He dropped that guy hard, bro.
Ugly, bro. Ugly. Yeah. But I'm not gonna lie though. David Benavidez, they put that offer on the table for the Morrell fight, man. Morrell people ain't signed it. Morrell was ready for the fight, but his people wasn't ready to sign it. So I can't speak on that.
Here's the thing, though. Like, as far as those two dudes are concerned, I think Morrell is trickier, more powerful than Plant.
Agreed.
For Benavidez. But see, Canelo, I don't know what it is about Canelo, but when he fought Plant, like he knocked Plant out. Like you know what I'm saying? And Benavidez was working on Plant and beating him. He beat him down. Now, don't get me wrong, but he didn't do what Canelo did to him. Like once he started touching him, like it's a difference. And Canelo is like more accurate. He's more compact. So, and he knows what it is he wants to do. And those guys haven't been in those situations before, messing around with somebody like that. I would always favor a seasoned guy like a Canelo over them until I see them beat a Canelo. Even beat this.
I'm not even mad at that, bro. I'm not even mad at that take. But you really just described Canelo when he on his game.
Yeah.
Like when Canelo's on his game, man, there's not a lot of dudes that can really check him. I just knew the Bivol fight was just a bad style matchup for him. That was a horrible style matchup for him. And they watched Bivol's fight before that against Craig Richards and thought they had something. And I'm like, any boxing fan, and they even admitted it. They said they took that fight off the advice of Eddie Hearn. And I'm like, well, you lost the fight right there listening to Eddie Hearn. Like, I like Eddie. But Eddie is not that knowledgeable in terms of like kind of like how to operate like in boxing. Like he just any of his fighters, he don't move them well at all.
No.
Like he throws them to the wolves after like 10 fights.
Joshua, all of them.
they be in wars after like 10 fights. I'm like, well, goddamn, dog. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so,
when he did the Ruiz, he fucked around and put him in with Ruiz. And after old boy had tested positive. What's his name? No, he didn't test
Big Baby Miller. Yeah.
Like, man, you gonna put him in with him? Like, that don't make any sense over there in New York.
Bro, it didn't make no sense at all. And you know the thing about it that really didn't make no sense, bro, is that it was a last minute replacement. You
Right.
don't get Andy Ruiz as a last minute replacement. Like you go find some old dude somewhere. You know
Right.
what I mean? That AJ style on him. But that was just horrible, just period. That's why I'm like, Eddie Hearn don't be thinking, yo, like AJ is not gonna become a bigger star if he fights in New York. The fact that he even lined it up in New York, I was like, the Americans don't pay anyway. I
Right.
was like, AJ's gonna get his money regardless. Like he's gonna get his money regardless, man. It was just a dumb move. I agree with you 100%, bro.
He could have damn near. What's my? He could have fought. What's old boy name? He old as hell.
Say it again.
What's my guy name?
Oh, you talking about Ala Walton? You talking about Ala Walton?
Nah, he could have fought. Like I'm saying, if he gonna fight in New York and he just wants somebody like that, let's go, champ. He could have
Oh,
fought
you
him.
talking about Shannon Brick? Oh, you know what, bro? Yo, and that would have been the smarter fight. But the thing
Right.
is, though, Shannon Briggs he'll never pass a drug test, bro.
Oh yeah, that's true too.
He'll never pass a drug test. Like his neck veins got veins, yo. Like it's yeah, it's crazy. Like it's like yo, but that would have been in theory, like that would have been the perfect style fight. Like it'd have been a whole lot of trash talking. And Shannon Briggs would have got knocked out at the end of the day. That had to been a perfect matchup. But Andy Ruiz, it wasn't smart, but it was a freak accident too. Like I was predicting like a third round knockout for AJ, and he was on the verge of getting it. But them big dudes, when they take them equilibrium shots, they don't recover from that shit, bro. I don't care
just
who it
thought
is.
that like when they decided to go in Andy Ruiz direction, I'm like, he's
Why?
better than the fight that you was about to fight.
He was better than Big Baby Miller. Yeah, you don't take him on no last minute replacement. Like, but that's the difference between Eddie Hearn and like a Al Heyman or a Bob Arum. There's no way he lets his guy in there with somebody like that.
Right. Eddie Hearn is more of a numbers dude. Like, okay, punch these numbers. It sounds good.
Yeah.
They're going in this direction. But
He's a fan.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's a fan more so than anything else. Like his fandom kicks in before he thinks about protecting his fighter or protecting his investment. Like I'm like, that's why he in a position with AJ right now. Like me and Shane, Legend was in the podcast when me and Shane said this. I'm like, bro, he should never get in the ring with Usyk. He should never get in the ring with Usyk. I'm like, all he had to do was drop one of them belts. Go see Tyson Fury or Saudi. He'd be $100 million richer right now. It may still have his belts. But that's how dumb Eddie Hearn is when it comes down to making decisions like that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, Usyk is a horrible matchup for AJ. He's going to lose 10 out of 10 times.
I think AJ, based on his robotic nature, a lot of those upper echelon guys is going to give him fits. It just depends. Like they could have just chose a direction where you're going to maximize and get the most money that you can get. Could it have been a Wilder? Like you get Wilder and you get smoked by him because you're going to get KO. Or you can go in the Fury direction. Maybe you get 1 or 2 fights with him. And then you can go ahead and maximize the amount of money you're going to make. I don't know. I don't know what they were thinking. Maybe they were thinking this. Okay, Usyk is coming up and he's small and then we can beat him. See, I'm going to be honest with you though, G. I thought that shit was like a 50-50 fight. Like coming with him and Usyk. Like when Usyk was coming up. I thought it was a bad matchup. But at the same time, every time I saw Usyk beat somebody, it was just like, especially the fighters that he was fighting at heavyweight. Like he was beating dudes like Witherspoon.
Mm-hmm.
And he beat it was some Chisora. Like he was barely he was beating them, but he just did what he had to do to beat him.
Mm-hmm.
Like he never showed him anything extra. He just did what he had to do to win.
Right.
But
no, I agree.
But at the same time, then after I started thinking about it, I'm like, this motherfucker just a winner. You know what I'm saying? Like every time I see him, he's doing what he got to do to win. I'm like, AJ might be in trouble because that's his thing. You know what I mean? It didn't dawn on me that that's what he was. He's just a winner. You know what I mean? So
right. That's facts, bro. I can't disagree. There was a lot of people that thought that AJ Usyk was a 50-50 fight simply because of the size. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like Usyk. Only problem I had with AJ in the first fight is I'm like, you're trying to box the master boxer.
man, that's that. Like,
Like
come on, what are you doing?
dumbest game plan of all time, man. I'm like, bro, like that's just it's ridiculous, bro. Like at the end of the day, it's ridiculous. I'm just like, why?
50 pounds heavier than this dude.
Facts. Like I'm like, yo, like the way he fought in the 9th round in the second fight when he almost got Usyk up out of there.
Yeah,
he should have fought like that both fights. But the thing is, he ain't got the gas tank for it. His gas light be on at like the 5th round. You know what I'm saying? He need 87. You know what I'm saying? Unleaded.
That's what I thought was gonna kick in with when he got with Derrick James. But this fight, I think they stripped him down.
Yeah, they stripped him. Yeah, Derrick James stripped him down to the studs. And you can tell the one thing that I did like about AJ's performance against Jermaine Franklin, and I like Jermaine Franklin. Franklin is a guy that you can tell is not a full-time fighter. Like if he was getting full-time reps, he's just not crafty enough. Like, you know what I mean? Like he's not crafty enough. And when you're an undersized heavyweight, you got to bring something to the table that's special. So it's really nothing about Jermaine Franklin that's special. You know what I'm saying? Like he's always going to be like a middle of the pack guy, real competitive. But when he gets up against these upper echelon dudes, he's just too small. You know what I'm saying? But when it comes down to that fight with Franklin and AJ, the one difference that I seen with AJ that I haven't seen in the last couple years, he was very decisive in that fight. Very decisive in that fight. What I mean by that is when he made up in his mind he was going to throw a 1-2 and get his hands back up, that's what he was going to do. His catch game was crazy in that fight. He was catching and he was rolling with probably about 90% of Jermaine Franklin's shots. Now, will he be able to do that against a bigger guy? I don't know. But you could tell he was defensively responsible the entire fight. And that's all you can really ask for from AJ. Because offensively, when he gets off, he's one of the best. He got one of the best offensive games in terms of heavyweights. He got one of the best offensive games out there. Actually, his offensive game is actually better than Fury's.
Oh, yeah.
His offensive game is better than Fury's. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, just total package. But it's gonna be interesting to see what Joshua does next. But he need about a good. I don't know if they can afford to do it, but he need a good 3 more fights. He need a good 3 more fights with Derrick James, and then I can make like a real evaluation of him going forward. But he would need like a good 2-3 fights to me before he get into the ring with like a Wilder.
No, you get 3 or 4 fights. Wilder a little bit older. You know what I'm saying? There's no telling where Wilder is as far as
that's true.
Like as far as who he's facing.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that I'm gonna tell you the dangerous dude that's out there is that goddamn Chinese dude.
Man, my man Big Bang, Zhang, man, that's my guy Blunt. That's his guy.
Yeah,
but Big Bang Zhang and Jared Anderson, that's a good fight, bro.
Which Anderson? Talking about Big Baby?
Yeah.
Oh man.
I think Anderson he wins that, man. You talking about Big Baby Anderson?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he takes that, man.
But I'm gonna tell you though, this is the thing though. Jared Anderson ain't never been in the ring with somebody that's gonna stand there with him. Now that's a person that I need to see it. He got all the talent in the world, but he has not had one dude stand there, take a shot from him, and like, all right, let's go.
Listen, man, I ain't never seen Big Bang not hurt the fighter that he's facing. I've seen him like every fight go through his record. every fighter that he's faced, whether it's win, loss, Herkovich, the Forrest fight,
Mm-hmm.
his last fight, like
Facts.
never
Facts.
seen him not hurt somebody. Like
I agree. I agree 100%, bro. And you know the thing that's crazy, like Jared, the way you feel about Tank and you want to see him against upper echelon guys, I want the same thing from Jared Anderson.
yeah,
But see, that's why I can relate to your thoughts as far as Tank, because I'm like, there's guys that's in the game that I feel the same way you do, and Jared Anderson is one of those guys, and I'm like, Jared Anderson can fight like, damn, like I'm trying to think what's a good opponent for Jared Anderson that'll make me
only
like,
thing
all
with
right.
Jared's only like I don't think he got 10 wins though.
No, I think he got over 10, bro. I think he got
Yeah,
over 10. Yeah, I think he got over 10. It's not by much though. It might be like 12 or 13.
okay.
But I'm so what's the guy Jared Anderson can fight and you like, yo, like,
There's
yeah,
some dudes that I'm like, man, stay the hell away from too.
like who?
So Effie Ajava, because he get hit too early. Like right now, maybe a year from now he'll get somebody like that.
Well, they used to spar.
Right. But
They used to be in the same camps.
I'm just saying based on what I've seen of him getting touched up a little early.
Yeah.
Effie,
You know be a good fight, bro? You know be a good fight?
don't say Frank Sanchez.
No, I ain't saying no Frank Sanchez, man. Like I'm not saying Frank Sanchez.
Who
He
that?
like the Tony Yoka. Him and Tony Yoka and them, they in the same boat. Michael Hunter. That's a good fight. That's a good fight for Jared Anderson. Like he takes care of Michael Hunter. I'm in.
Yeah.
I'm in. Like for sure. Yeah, hey, Legend. You want to know how you know this a good conversation, yo?
It's the first time y'all been on, I guess. Or you gonna say something else?
Yeah, well, that's one thing. The second thing is the comment section is crazy, and then the third thing, Will said he was leaving an hour ago, yo.
I'm gonna get off.
He's still nah. You ain't going nowhere, bro. You ain't going nowhere till Legend shut it down, bro. You done been on here this long, man. But this is Legend. Legend knows this from the podcast that we do, and it's like you look up, you about 3 hours in, like you before, and it don't even feel like it. Like you just chopping it up at the end of the day. Like Legend did his first couple joints, bro. It'd be like he was staying between like that 30-minute and 50-minute range. Before you knew it, he had hour 45. He had 2 hours, 2 hours and 15 minutes. That's how you know you got a good situation going on, man. So I definitely appreciate being on here, man. Straight up.
Yeah,
like I said, man. Glad, like I said, neither one of you guys been on at the same time. So glad to have you guys on at the same time. This is my longest one that I've done so far.
Yeah, straight up.
Straight up.
Yeah. Let me run through these last couple ones, man.
Do your stuff.
Yeah, Gary Russell and promoter Ryan had agreed to order the man. Shakes my head. It wasn't a fair fight. William Brown, thank you. That cannot be understated. I don't know if I read these or not, but Tank has that foundation, those fundamentals. While Garcia had to change and switch up, people underestimate that because no matter how many flamboyant trainers can be, Goosen shows up like an individual. And again, that speaks volumes. He doesn't have a team uniform appearance because he's more like a guest.
That's an interesting comment.
What else? You all know Garcia deserved better. Shakes my head. They still beefing. Gary, did they serve alcohol that late when you watch the fight? Damn. I don't know if guys be like that on your channel, G5.
Hell yeah, bro.
I'm grateful to listen to all three of you guys. Great content. I feel like we were privileged to hear such a talk. By the way, Gary Russell is the one who made these comments crazy. Credit where it is due. All right, that's it. Yeah, they beefing, man.
Yo, you need a Gary wrestling promoter in your comment section, man. Your comment section ain't right unless you have somebody that's just, the non-traditional thinker, man. Like is this, but I guarantee you they be the ones that keep coming back, bro.
Yeah, he's been in here. He's been in here before. I've seen him on when I've done some of my interviews. So salute to him.
So that's the thing, man. Like they think different, but the energy is there. And the thing, and there's no change in him. He's gonna think the way he think.
Mhm.
Period. I could literally, we can go on a topic. I could literally explain something to him in detail for 10 minutes. He gonna be like, man, fuck all that, man. That's what I think. Like, you know what I'm saying? But you need that. You need that at the end of the day, man. For sure.
Yeah, man. It's like that's all I had, man. Like, I was glad to cover this fight. Like I said, man, Maryland stand up. We did it. Man, got my Baltimore hat on. You know what I mean?
Yes,
So,
sir. Yes,
yeah.
sir.
Oh man, hold on, wait, time out though. Like, come on now, you got Ryan Garcia though. Come on, man. That's how we doing it.
Man, right? Yeah, Ryan, man.
No, I'm saying no, G. I'm just saying like my guy Ty. I love Ty. You know what I'm saying? That's my guy. For life. But you just getting hyped up for Tank whooping on Ryan. That's what we doing.
Yeah.
Yo, bro. The thing that's crazy, man. Like it's like, you take fights like this and you like, hopefully we can get like some hardcore boxing fans out of it. Like, you know what I'm saying? And it's like it takes time for somebody to become like a hardcore. But a lot of times it starts with a fight like this to get them engaged. And then the next step is to make them realize every single fight is not like this one. Right. Then once they realize that, then you see if you got the potential of becoming a hardcore fan or not. So we actually need these to try to recruit more boxing fans. At the end of the day. But generally speaking, yeah, the result is what was expected, and Brian Garcia really didn't make it a mystery for me. Just in the second round, man, it was disappointing because I'm pretty sure Goosen told him, hey, if you're gonna win this fight, this is how you have to do it. If you steer away from it, then I can't do nothing with you. But like Ryan Garcia did the same thing essentially what Amir Khan did with Danny Garcia. It's the same exact thing. All that, and then here come the one hook, and you gone.
Now it make more sense what you're saying as far as the Amir Khan comparison, because he when you said that initially, I'm like that's not really what was his detriment, was that chin. You know what I'm saying? But it was, in essence, as far as what happened in that second round when he was trying to do way too much and then end up making himself vulnerable. You know what I mean? But I think, you know what I mean, like when it's all said and done, like this fight really, see, I'm juggling this right here because when it's all said and done, this is the best for boxing as far as like putting the eyes on the sport, because Tank could have fought some of those other guys, but I don't know if it would have drawn this much attention had he fought some of those other guys, because they're not known as much as Ryan Garcia.
Facts.
So
Facts.
It's tricky. You know what I mean? Like,
no, it's you talking facts, bro. You were talking straight facts, bro.
Yeah, Ryan Garcia got that huge IG follower, man. Millions of followers, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
So, I mean, it's, at the end of the day, as far as like the eyes and looks, on the sport of boxing, it was a good day. You know what I mean? And I'm glad that, for me, like personally, I was saying, Ty, he came on and they was playing like the night music and all that type of stuff,
Yeah.
which was cool. But when I thought about it though, Ty,
Uh-huh.
I'm like, man, when I saw earlier before, I don't know who was fighting, and I saw like Tank, he was interacting with those kids in Baltimore. And I know how that shit is because Baltimore is like 45 minutes away from me, and I know you know. I'm like, he's interacting with those kids. If that's going to do anything positive for them kids over there in Baltimore, shit, I want him to be victorious in this, in order to inspire them. So I'm glad, at the end of the day, that the result was what it was.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better, bro. Like just the success of Tank, period. The way I look at it the same way you do. Just I'll probably just add one more thing. Because Calvin Ford has been there since the very beginning. The fact that Tank Davis is becoming a star on the verge of superstar status, it gives Calvin Ford that status because he's actually the one that's spending more time with those kids that Tank was talking to than Tank is.
Mm.
And Calvin Ford is in that gym is going to be the key to a lot of these kids going in the right direction because you're not going a lot. I would say the majority of the people that hit the gyms is not a Tank. Tank
Right.
is a one of a kind type guy. Outside of Tank, you got a bunch of dudes, a bunch of lost people that's trying to find some direction. And that's the real definition of a boxing gym. It brings stability, to young men and women. It brings stability, it brings discipline, and it toughens you up in a good way. You know what I'm saying? So I'm rooting for Tank Davis because the more Tank Davis wins and the better Tank Davis gets, the more powerful that Calvin Ford and that team can get in Baltimore. Maybe they can bring more kids in, keep more kids off the street.
Yeah, like salute to Kenny Ellis too. Yeah,
Facts,
yeah,
facts, facts,
mhm.
facts.
Yeah.
100%, bro.
Yeah, in the Baltimore, a lot of fighters in Baltimore actually had a card tonight. The guy I interviewed, my first interview, Malik
Yeah.
Titus, yeah, he fought tonight. I don't know the outcome of his fight, but I got to check that out. But yeah, a lot of Baltimore had like a nice stat card today.
Yeah, both of my guys from Iowa lost from Baltimore guys tonight. My guy Pacino Hill, he lost to Truck Simpson. And
Yeah,
my guy Jay Phillips, he lost to Jalil Hackett tonight.
yeah.
I don't know where Jalil Hackett's from. He from Vegas?
Who you? I'm not
Jalil
sure.
Hackett. I
Yeah, I'm
gotta
not
look
sure.
up where he's from. But yeah, like they man, and them two dudes from Iowa, they straight from the hood. Straight from the hood, straight from the block. I talked to them before they had their debuts. So to see them on a major, what I'm saying, on a major card, even though they lost, see them on a major card, it just goes to show like anything can happen. You know what I'm saying? Like anything can
Jaleel from
happen.
DC.
Jalil from DC. I love going to DC, bro. That's one of my favorite places to go. Um, for sure. But yeah, like Jalil Hack is good, man. It's
Yeah.
good. But sometimes you have to take these risks, these chances. You're not gonna get an opportunity to fight on a Tank Davis, Ryan Garcia undercard. And it don't matter if it's the primary card. Like sometimes you just need to be in the atmosphere. You just gotta be in the building. You gotta feel how serious it is. Like they experience fight week just like everybody else. Even though
Yeah,
they lost, it might have changed. It's gonna change their life, for
yeah,
the better. And that's what boxing is really all about. Like not only the sport of it, but boxing done saved so many darn lives, man. Like, you know, that's why you can never steer away from boxing. You can
yeah.
never
Yeah,
steer away from it, man, for sure.
yeah. The discipline that's involved, and
Hmm.
like even with this one though, man, I think that Tank in this win, this is like the biggest, you know, like how the event was. You know what I mean? Like the
Hmm.
spotlight on it, the the fact that the press conferences and things like that, I think he's going to grow from this. You know what I mean? And it's going to make him even better moving forward. And then once he's going against somebody like a Dazn or a Shakur, they're not used to the mega events. Like Floyd used to always say stuff like that. He's
Right.
like, this is, you know, I forgot the words that Floyd used to use when he used to say it, but it's like this is nothing new to him. But this fighter that he's facing, like they wouldn't be accustomed to that mega event. It's
Yeah.
more and more that you accustomed to type. I think Canelo is used to that sort of thing. It's only a certain level of guys who are able to fight and be able to perform under those lights. You know what I'm saying? And you know, you think that you are good, but like once like you have those mega events, you know, that's cool, man. So it's gonna be interesting to see how, you know, each of these guys moving forward. And man, I'm all for it, man. You know, like I say, G5, man, I appreciate, you know, chopping it up with you, you know, for the first time. You know,
It's been a pleasure, bro. Like
Yes.
it's been a pleasure. You never know. I ain't know who was gonna be on here with Legend. I came straight from work. Straight from work. As soon as I came in the door, I set the laptop up, came right on. I ain't even say nothing to the missus yet. Like,
Yeah, I did.
said,
Yeah, man. When you texted me, I was like, you said you on your way home from work. I was like, okay, he probably ain't gonna come in then if he on his way from work. Nah, I was like, bam, you showed up. I was like, okay, I know we gonna be cooking.
Yeah.
You out there, like where you at, Philly?
Yeah, I'm in Philly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Where you at, bro?
I'm like right outside of DC. I'm in Alexandria. But
Oh,
last time I was in
you in
Philly,
VA.
yes, sir. Yeah, I'm like the next. Well, you got one city over, like 2 cities over from DC. But when I was
You
over
about
there,
less than like 30 minutes? You about like 30 minutes? Less?
man, I'm about 10 minutes. Like, be honest with you. So if I'm trying to go to the airport, like I'm like 10 minutes, 12 minutes tops. You know what I'm saying? But when I
That's
was out
usually
there
what
in
I say.
Philly, yeah, I was over there. Let me ask you this, G. What's the best cheesesteak I can get out there in Philly? 'Cause you know.
Ah, man. I'm assuming you've had one before.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So it's a couple of them for me. So you go down South Street, there's a joint called Ishkabibbles.
Oh yeah. Hey, keep going. Yeah.
Ishkabibbles, that's one of my favorite spots. If you don't care about your cholesterol, like the content, you gotta go to Broadway. You gotta go to Max's, get yourself right.
That's my joint right there. Max,
Yeah,
my joint.
Max's will get you right. You feeling a little bougie, you know, you'll go to like Delisandro's or something.
Okay.
You know what I mean? My main two, I'm either going to Ishkabibbles or I'm going Max's. You know what I'm saying? One or the two, but you got it. Yeah, you come to Philly. You gotta get one, and not at the tourist spots neither. We don't do the Pats and
Genos and all that.
Yeah, they give you slabs of steak and throw some cheese whiz on it. Well, I don't want that, man. Like you got to
Check this out.
Yeah, you got to come correct, man. Like,
Check this out. When I first came to like DC, so I come here from like the Dallas area. So I lived in Dallas for about 14 years. So I come down here and I say, you know, I'm gonna check off my box. You know what I'm saying? Like my bucket list. Bucket list is to go to Philly to get me a cheesesteak. So I go down there. I go to South Street. It was maybe a Joe's or something like that. But whatever it is, wherever it is, I went that initial time. I got a cheesesteak and I added some shit on there. So when I come back, there's one dude who was from Philly. There's this one little happy hour joint I go to. I'm telling him what I put on my cheesesteak. He say, man, he said, that's a hoagie. He said, you had a hoagie. I'm like, this is bullshit. Like, I thought I had checked off my bucket list. You know? I fucked around and go to Philly thinking I got me a cheesesteak. I can X that off my list, but I end up with a hoagie. So I had to go back. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, that's funny, bro. That is so funny. Like, and it's crazy. I got cousins from Cali. Like, they came here, bro. I took them to Max's, bro. I got them the 2 foot long Jones. I ain't even get them the regular size Jones. I got them the 2 foot long Jones. So we get back to the crib, man. They got my whole car smelling like steaks and shit.
Oh,
They couldn't wait to get home. You know what I'm saying? Bro, they ate that Jones, man, within 45 minutes, man. Everybody snoring. Everybody snoring. Everybody out, bro. Like it was crazy. Yeah, you come to Philly, you gotta do the cheesesteak. You gotta go to Bozy Ennis gym where Boots and them is at. That's a must.
which side of town is that?
That's so that's like right off of like Frankfurt Ave. That's like the Frankfurt section. You know what I'm saying? It's in the trenches. Like it's definitely in the trenches. It looks like the gym from the outside looks like almost look like a chop shop. Like you wouldn't even know it's a gym. Like it looked like a chop shop. But you go inside, it's just a ring. They got the stuff all around and all that, man. And I done seen some shit. I done seen some shit in there, bro. Like, I done seen some shit in there. Yeah, I ain't gonna front. I can't say who, but during COVID, it was somebody in there. It was somebody in there putting paws on Shakur.
But so you can go in there like they don't trip, like they let you go in there.
Hell no, like yeah, you can just go up in there, man. But see, I know like Boots, like old strength and conditioning coach. So I'm cool with him. I got YSM Sports Media. They be in there like every
Oh
day.
yeah,
So
they be in there all the time.
yeah, YSM, that's my guy. You know what I'm saying? So like, but yeah, anybody can pretty much get the green light and go in there. It's just, when it's sparring day, you gotta put you know what I'm saying, you gotta put the phones up and all that, man. But we didn't seen some shit in there, man. That's actually where I seen Stephen Fulton at for the first time, like live and in person. Like, that's a big dude, bro. There's no way he should be fighting at 122.
So you got him against Newell?
See, the thing is, the only way he getting the win is unless he's stopping. And I don't think they're gonna stop the fight. So I don't see him getting a decision out there. If he was to get a draw, you basically say he won the fight. I think the best he can get out there is a draw. But if it was like a neutral site, I think Fulton's just too big for a Newey. I don't think people realize how big like Stephen Fulton is at 122 pounds. Like, bro, no lie. Me and YSM Sports Media was in there, right? And he was just hitting the bag with Greg Hackett. And so we was behind him. Like we was like on the other side of the gym. So we didn't even know it was Fulton. So we turned around and seen him, like he had like no shirt on, just shorts, just working out. But his back, from like you could tell a guy's strength, like is in a back as boxers.
Right.
It's in a back. Bro, his back looked like somebody at 147, bro.
Yeah.
His back looked like somebody at 147. And then somebody actually in the gym told me what his walk around weight is. I was just like, oh my God. I'm like, he gets down to 122. I'm like,
But check this out though. So when I was, like I told you, I used to be in Dallas. So the gym I used to go to was in what's that, Grand Prairie. It's like 360. And that gym, like, so at that time, people wasn't really familiar with like Errol Spence used to come up there like to get like a little light workout. And so nobody was even messing with him. Like, so when I'm seeing them, I'm like, damn, that's Errol Spence. Like, this is a time when you remember when they was saying like Errol had knocked out or Dazn Broner.
Floyd. Oh, Broner. Okay.
And also, you got the legend of him dotting Floyd Eye. You know what I'm saying? Like, this around that time. You know what I'm saying? So he's coming up there. He got his Olympic shit on. That's the first time I saw him up there. And then we, I end up taking pictures. Like, I'm telling this lady I'm with, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's the next dude. But nobody know him like that. So then I'm continuing to see him up there like 4 or 5 times or whatever. There's other dudes up there too, like DOC, you know what I'm saying? From like the DOC be up there and shit. Like nobody mess with them.
Right.
So, by this time, I'm chopping it up with him. But I'm sizing Errol up. So he's so fucking big. I'm like, how in the hell is he making 147?
Right.
Then this is like, he had to be at that time about 25 years old. And so he's telling me, he's like, man, so I'm asking, I'm like, dog, like, how you gonna be able to make, how long you gonna be able to make 147? So he's telling me by the time he's 28 or whatever, he's probably gonna move up or whatever. And that shit was a long ass time ago. You know what I'm saying? But just seeing him on that treadmill, and then also I'm going ahead doing my thing. I'm going ahead doing my resistance shit. I'm doing my upper body, whatever. And by the time I come back and then I take a shower, he's still on the treadmill, and not like I'm saying like no, he's not having any issues as far as his. He's not like nothing is a problem as far as his stamina or anything like that. He's just it's the same energy that you had an hour and a half ago. From the time you come back and you see this dude on a treadmill, he's doing the same damn thing. You know what I'm saying? But check this out. It ain't no sweat coming off his body. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, this shit crazy. And he's a big ass dude.
Right.
For that weight. So I'm like, I'm trying to figure out, like, how in the hell are you making 147? You're about 25 years old. You know what I'm saying? Like, and so from this time moving forward, I'm just like, and he was telling me, it's like, he said his problem was, he's like, man, I like to eat or whatever, this and that. And he was asking me questions about the fight that I saw him fight out, like, what you think, this and that. But he was a cool dude. Like, I'm telling you, like, he's really like a cool guy as far as being receptive of whatever it is that you say to him and all that type of thing. Just like a genuinely good guy.
Right.
But I was just tripping like how big he was. Like back then. Like,
bro.
This had to be like 2015, 2016. And he's still continually making that weight.
I believe it, bro. I believe it. Is the same thing with Boots. People don't realize how big Boots is until you actually like see him like in the gym. You can't even tell in regular clothes. Like he wearing regular clothes, you can't really tell how big this dude is to be 147. Like he literally has a 160 frame fighting at 147. You know what I'm saying? And people don't realize his brothers got busy too.
Yeah.
His brothers got busy during their career. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and Bozy spars. Bozy spars. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it goes down in there, man. But I believe 100%, man. These dudes, you be like, there's no way he's cramming into 147. Like Spence walks around it like he cuts 30 plus pounds.
I don't know how they do that though. Like I'm saying, like, okay, you can do that shit for a year or two, but for fucking, and my apologies on that, like, but for 6 years, 7 years, 8 years, you know what I'm saying? Like,
bro, I need to lose 30 pounds right now. I can't get two off right now, man. I got a burger and fries waiting for me downstairs, man. I can't stay like it's just a method, man. Like it's just a method. Like it's the water weight. You gotta think about it. They only have to be at the contracted weight for like 5 seconds.
Right.
Soon as they get done, like when they be drinking that Pedialyte, it puts the water back into the system. It put the water and the salt back into the system. So when you hear guys gaining 20 pounds between weigh in and fight night, that'd be exactly what it is. A lot of it is water weight. Take Chavez Jr. He gains the most weight out of any fighter in history.
Right.
Like he's the only person that I know that has gained
Gotti used
over
to do that
25 pounds.
Yeah, Gotti used to do that too.
Yeah. But the thing is, like with Chavez Jr., nobody's gained as much pounds as him before a fight. Like
check out Gotti. And I forgot the guy. He damn near killed that dude. He knocked him on the second round. The guy Gamache. He was so fucking much bigger than Gamache. It don't make any sense. But I hear what you're saying. You know, as far as like the ability to drop down and then be able to.
Bro, I know when Chavez Jr. fought Sergio Martinez, this dude gained 28 pounds between the night before and fight night.
Right.
It's insane. Like the person that had the second largest weight gain between weigh-in and fight night was actually Lamont Peterson. Because Lamont Peterson fought Danny Garcia like a catch weight of like 143.
Oh yeah.
This a fact too. Lamont Peterson came into that fight at like 168. Remember Danny like faded like real bad?
Yeah.
The back half of that fight.
Yeah, he was winning early. Yeah.
Yeah, part of that is because like Lamont Peterson was almost 170. Like he was fighting a super middle. He was fighting a super middle that night.
Yeah. Peterson came back strong at the end of that fight. Was landing bombs, man. I remember he bruised Garcia's face up. Yeah,
bro.
He was landing bombs at the end of that fight, man.
Hey, Legend, why did they bring him back in the ring, man? That shit hurt my feelings, man.
Yeah.
That shit hurt my feelings.
Journeyman, man.
Yeah, that shit hurt my feelings so bad, yo. Like it's just even before the fight started, man. Like he came to the ring, and I was just like, something don't look right. Like something not sitting right with me.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like, it's great. Matter of fact, Legend, you the one that told me that he was fighting.
Yeah, and I did an episode with Will.
Phone. Yeah, you hit my phone.
Yeah, I did an episode with Will, and he was doing marathons, so I was like, okay, he gonna come into this fight in decent shape because he's running marathons. But yeah, he still lost, and he got a stoppage loss to a journeyman. So
it was so bad, yo. Like it was just like when he got to the ring, man. Like I was just like, he just looked off. Like he looked off. Like I couldn't put my finger on it. He just didn't look right. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, but see, that's a sign though. A lot of these dudes come back and be like, man, I'm gonna get this one last payday, blah, 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 blah. And that's why I'm like, boxing is such a cruel sport, man. It's cruel. Lamont Peterson has been in the ring about 30 something times, you know what I'm saying, and still felt a need to come back and get that one more. Like, and there's so many fighters like that. I know fighters that's fighting for $2,000 or less than $2,000. Like, this is Tank Davis and Ryan Garcia is the apex of boxing in terms of earning and things like that. Normal circumstances, these club shows and all that, these kids is making a couple $100. They making a couple $100. Like, they getting, like, their purse be so small, like after the fight, they may need somebody else to buy they dinner after they fight. That's true. How small their purses is. That's a fact.
Yeah, like a guy like Peterson, he could have been. They might have pushed him, like they might have gave him a little game. Like, okay, I don't know, because he seemed like he was content with being out of the sport. And then when I was listening to his interview, it was like he was okay with coming back, and that but he was more so into what it is he was doing as far as the marathon shit that he was doing. And then so when I was listening, it didn't make sense to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, but he's an attraction because he's a DC guy and motherfuckers love him. Like, he's like, if you talk to like your everyday average person and they run across Peterson, they're going to have a positive interaction with him because he's just a good dude. Like you will never have anybody that's going to say anything bad about either one of them.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
And so to add him to that card that they had during that time, it just made sense. You know what I mean? I don't even know if he was fully invested into that shit.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, like the demographic and where the fight was and things like that. Yeah, it made perfect sense to bring Lamont Peterson into it, like from a business standpoint, absolutely. But the problem was his opponent wasn't thinking that.
Yeah,
You know what I mean, that was his problem. Like his opponent was like, who? What? Like I just listen, I just found out who Broner opponent was for June 9th.
Who was his opponent?
Yeah, I don't know who it is, but
it's-
I saw it too.
I forgot his name. I think they said he like 22-2 or something like that. Like he got a solid record. Like
Yeah, hey, and I heard, I don't know if this is true or not, but I heard that it didn't sound right, but supposedly it's true that they were supposed to have a press conference today, or I don't know when the press conference is supposed to be, but Broner didn't show up.
yeah, he didn't show up to the press conference. He didn't show up to I think they were supposed to have a breakfast or something at like 10 o'clock to announce the fight. I don't know if that was supposed to be the press conference, but Broner ain't show up to neither one of them. But like his opponent looked like he sell insurance on the side, yo. Like he got full coverage liability. Like he got what you need. Like straight up. Like I'm telling you, bro, Will, when you see his picture, yo, you gonna think of that comment, bro, and start cracking up laughing. He looked like he's selling insurance.
But
Like,
he that's the announcement today though. They announced that today.
Yeah, they announced Broner was fighting this dude June 9th.
Yeah,
I
read it.
I think is it in Miami? I think it might be in Miami.
Yeah, it's Miami. Yeah, I read it was Miami. Yeah.
So now I know for a fact Broner losing. I know for a fact he losing. Right. He gonna be in Miami. Please. They gonna treat him like Lawrence Taylor, man. They gonna send about 3 strippers to the crib night before the fight, man. He gonna be done by fight morning, man. Drained. You know what I'm saying? Like it's crazy. I don't know how you go from Heyman to how you go from Heyman to Don King. I don't. And Broner follows me on the gram. Like I was real hesitant to put anything out, and I didn't put anything out about that just out of respect for him. Like because I know he watches what I do, on social media and all that. But I just don't understand the move because I was like, that money that you was flashing in that picture, that's not enough money. That's not enough money to be like, and I'm like, you've been in the game too long. Like you should be making deals where you're getting part ownership.
Right.
Like you understand what I'm saying? Like where you getting part ownership. Like Don King literally signed him for some like a quarter brick money.
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't see that. I don't see it on BoxRec though. Like they still got.
Well, that's what all, bro. So let me explain something real quick before we roll. All the Don King fights is shaky. All of them are shaky. What happens is he'll put on a card, and he has just enough money to lock everything down. And then when it comes close to the fight, he be trying to find people to help invest in it, and he just don't have no luck. And it's similar to when he had the Trevor Bryan fight against Dubois. He won that purse bid, and I know this for a fact. Will, my homie, big shout out to my guy Tree James out in Iowa. He was fighting as a cruiserweight. He literally got a call saying they wanted him to fight this Italian dude that was a cruiserweight. He was like 22-0 with like 18 knockouts or some shit like that. So he called me. So I was like basically advising him at the time. So he called my phone. He like, yo, G. He's like, they offered me this fight against this Italian dude. He 22-0 with like 18 knockouts, 19 knockouts or whatever. So I said, when is it? He was like, in like 5 weeks. I said, all right. I said, what card is it on? He was like, Don King's card. He's like, on a Dubois card. I said, are you getting paid up front? He said, no. I said, nope. I said, nah, we ain't taking a fight. And he was like, you don't want to look up the opponent, G? I said, no. I said, you fighting for free? He was like, nah. I was just like, all right then. And then after that fight, there was people on that card that took him a long ass time to get paid. He actually had to sign over his rights to Warren so the guys can get paid. Dubois didn't get paid for a minute.
Yeah, for
sure.
Warren had to pay Dubois and Warren had to get his money back on the back end.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you like this though, G. That shit look crazy, the motherfucker. I ain't seen nothing. I'm talking about even like the promotion of it. When I'm looking at like optically on TV, it looked like some old 1989 shit. I'm like, damn. Like I seen Don King over there with his, with the flag, this is America type shit that he be having on.
Mm-hmm.
As far I'm saying, like as far as optically watching from fight to fight, it looked like back when before Mike Tyson was a champ. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm like, this shit crazy, the motherfucker. Like
Yo, that shit look bad, bro. Like that shit, like the camera lighting wasn't right on there. Like the lighting was so bad, when I was watching it, I thought something was wrong with my phone.
right.
Like you know, like when you turn the contrast up on your TV and that shit look like not in focus,
Right.
but the color look all crazy. Like that's exactly how that shit look. And I'm like, yo, I kept on looking. I was like, yo, what the fuck is wrong with my phone, yo? Like, and I turned it off. I turned it back on, and it was still looking the same. And like my cousin hit me. He was like, nah, bro, that's just how the card look. I said, that is terrible. I was like, that is absolutely terrible, man. Like, I'm like, yo, they look like they was fighting in like I don't even know, bro. I don't even know how to explain. It was the Trevor Bryan and Daniel Dubois card.
And this was on Don King, right?
Yeah, that's terrible, bro.
Hey, the follow up with that, man. Stavern's last fight looked like Stavern fought some guy. Man, it looked like it was in like a Salvation Army or like a small church, man. That's how like bad it looked.
Yeah,
bro.
I see that.
It looked like it only had like 100 people in there.
Bro, it was that one was bad too. That one was bad too. Like I like vaguely remember that, but that joint was bad, man. Like it had you know how the lighting is when they got the last call at the bar and shit, when they cut some of the lights on and shit, but some of them are still out. Yeah. Like that's how that shit look, bro. Like that shit look crazy. Like I think like if they stepped out the ring, like they be in their cars in like 15 seconds, bro. Like that's how bad it was, bro. Like it was crazy. So like Broner signing with Don King, he just I don't understand. And then the thing is, I'm like, all the money that he got in that picture.
No, you understand because that's he burnt all his bridges, so that's all he got left. So
Yeah, that's true too. But the thing is, here's the problem though. Don King, and this is goes to show like Broner is not thinking correctly, and it don't matter who's in his corner. You know he's making the final decision. He was on Wallow and Gilly's show, and he said he got all this money up front, and then he said he's gonna make $17 per ticket. I'm sitting up here, I'm like, yo, Broner, you cannot be this stupid, bro. You can't. I'm like, if Adrian Broner puts on, if Don King puts on a fight, right, and he sells the rights to the fight to somebody else for them to promote it, and he just gets a flat fee, then he don't have to pay Broner anything that's out of that contract. Because at that point, it's not a Don King promotion. I'm like, what? I'm like, Broner, what the fuck are you? What are you doing? Like, what are you doing? This the same thing that happened with the Dubois fight. With Dubois and Trevor Bryan, he could not afford to pay for the card and pay the fighters, so he had to give it to Frank Warren, and he just took a little bit of money off the top. But Frank Warren took care of everything else. So I'm like, when Broner gonna be like, yo, where's my $17 per ticket? He gonna be like, what you talking about? This wasn't my show.
Right.
That's exactly what he gonna tell him.
Like that goes to the point that I was trying to make, is that, you know, at the end of the day, he was kind of like he so what other options does he have? He can't mess with Showtime because he burned his bridges with them.
Agreed.
You know what I'm saying?
I
like
don't know.
The other companies, like if you think about Bob Arum, I mean, I wouldn't even suggest that he do that. I don't even know if he burnt his bridges or whatever with them, but I don't know if they would be able to promote him properly. And then you got like Eddie Hearn and stuff like that. They had their back and forth, and I don't think that Eddie Hearn he even said that he wasn't going to be able to get the money that he was looking for with him. So, you know, you had that situation. Then previously he was talking about, I'm sure that he would love to have the money that Jay-Z and this company or whatever that was willing to issue out, that he said was like a slave contract. Well, I don't know what he said. He declined like the Jay-Z offer or whatever. You know what I mean? So what options did he really have? You know,
I agree, bro. He really didn't have any options, but like at least like that was like the worst of the worst option. Like not even because of his history, but like Don King has no network. He barely has any fighters. He has no relationships with no apps, no nothing. Like he literally is clinging on to like 2 or 3 fighters.
But
literally clinging on.
Before you finish, I just want to say one thing. Remember, he had jumped out the window and he was gonna go with BLK Prime. So he made such a big deal after Terrence Crawford, you know, had his little fight or whatever. He was saying like that was him and Terrence Crawford. And so after that even further pushed away his opportunities to be able to deal with some of those bigger promotional companies, because he kind of like shitted on them.
Yeah, I agree. And the thing with Broner, even with Black Prime, it just goes to show how life works sometimes. I think when Jay-Z and them was around, he got offered $40 million. He said that was like light change, suck my you know what. Fast forward some years later, he's signing a 3-fight deal for $10 million.
Right.
Like, you know what I'm saying? With like a brand new company, and he had like anything, and I'm like, it's nothing against him, but like you're like your first press conference, the only person that was there was Blue Blood.
I'm not laughing because
that's what I say. Like no disrespect to him,
right.
because he has a platform that has a lot of people in it, and a
Exactly.
lot of people watch him. So it's no disrespect to him personally. It's literally, that's not his lane. Like, he literally was launching not only Broner but the network, and you could just tell like it was completely out of his lane. Like, that should have been a professional press conference with, you know, all of the heavy hitters there to interview, and the only person that was there was Blue Blood. Like, it's just how serious do you expect for me to take that? And again, no disrespect to Blue Blood. If it was my guy YSM, I'd have said the same thing, and that's my guy.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's just some situations deserve a bigger platform. Like, Broner signed a new promotional deal that should not be exclusive to one YouTube person. That's an ESPN type of situation,
Right.
and it just wasn't. But I don't, I don't know what's going on, Broner, man. I just want to let him know I ain't got no money, bro. I can't give out no loans and no IOUs.
It's all good though. You know what I'm saying? But as far as boxing, I think the boxing is in good hands. Especially if Tank is gonna go ahead and move in the right direction. Hopefully his next fight is gonna be against one of those upper echelon guys. Maybe a
Hope so.
Evan. Maybe it's against I wouldn't suspect he fight Shakur. You know
Right.
what I mean?
Right.
At the end of the day, you know what I mean? Like he did what he had to do. I mean, you even got like movies that's out now. You got the Creed movie, like 3. And then you got the Transformer movie and shit. You gonna
Yeah.
check that out?
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure.
Yeah. What you know about Big George though, G?
What, just forming period,
Yeah.
bro? Just like he really like.
I'm saying like you coming up, like your recollection of Big George. You know what I'm saying?
He was like he kind of defined two, like he literally had two different careers in one. Like, you had you had the young George that was dominant and the whole Ali thing, but George Foreman during that time, you can make the argument he's probably one of the top 5 heaviest punches of all time. You
Yeah.
could easily throw him on that list. And then he had a whole nother career after that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? He had a whole nother career after that. And there's very few guys just in sports, period, where they've had one career,
They can
but you
reinvent
can
themselves.
literally,
They can reinvent themselves.
yeah. So he reinvented himself, and literally, you can make the argument that he was a Hall of Famer in the front end of his career and the back end.
Yeah.
You can make the same claim for Floyd. You know what I'm saying? Like, even take like a Kobe. Kobe basically reinvented himself. Like, he has 2 jerseys in a rack. Like, you rarely see this. Like, you rarely see this. And then on top of that, he had a third career with a success outside of boxing. You and people lose sight of the guys that have a whole lot of
George,
success. Yeah. Like, you know what I'm
conversation and
saying?
all that type. Yeah.
Absolutely. Commentating, the grill, all that.
Oh,
Like,
that grill with the grill with I got that motherfucker right over there. You know what I'm saying?
man, bro, I'd have put together many burgers, and you know what I'm saying, many burgers on that thing. Like, you know what I'm saying? But it's just George is a true success story on so many different levels, man. That he kind of gets lost in the shuffle. So I can't wait for that joint to come out, and
But G
definitely want to check it out though.
how is he in your top 10 heavyweights though? Is what I'm saying though, G.
Is he in my top 10 heavyweights?
Yeah.
George, Prime George.
Prime George.
I gotta throw him in.
Okay.
Prime George, I gotta throw him in. I think he might be I don't know the exact number. I know he's not in my top 5, but he's definitely in that 6 to 10. I would say 7 to 10 area.
God,
Prime George.
I'm gonna tell you, you're a tough critique. Like he's not in the top 5.
Off the top of my brain, we gonna have to wrap. If you ask me this tomorrow, I might have a different answer for you if I actually sit and really think about it. I know he's one of the top 5 punchers of all time, like for sure. There's no doubt about that. I ain't got to think about that. In terms of top 10 heavyweights of all time, yeah, I got to think about that. I will say this though. Success stories, he's top 5 in heavyweight history, success wise.
Gotcha.
He's top 5 heavyweight history. But I'll message you on the gram tomorrow for sure and let you know where I'm at with it, because I'm gonna have to pose that question to other people.
Yeah, no, I'm saying
it's a solid question.
To be honest with you, like when I think about it, it's like Ali just was that dude and was able to overcome what he brought to the table. But shit, Big George was that dude. You know what I'm saying? Like
George, like yeah, George was different. Like he had legendary moments in pretty much like 5 different, like on 5 different levels in his career. You know what I'm saying? When he lost to Ali, like he became famous. He became famous for that. He wasn't supposed to come back off of that. Like guys lose a fight like that, you're not supposed to come back off that. He reinvented himself and made himself successful 4 other times.
Yeah, nah. When he lost, that they did shake his confidence, but the way he was able to come back, like, and then on top of that, it's like when he lost, he did what a lot of us would do. Like he made excuses. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like, okay, it was this, it was that. Like Ali, the ref didn't do this, or the weather was like this way. So, but when he came to grips and finally figured it out, because after the Ali fight, he came back and won a few fights. I remember the Jimmy Young fight that he lost.
Mm-hmm.
That's when he was really like Jimmy Young was just boxing him. But even before that, he had the Ron Lyle fight. That was the knockdown drag out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Where I think that had he not lost to Ali, he got knocked out by Ali, he probably would have knocked out Lyle earlier.
Probably so, but that's the thing. Like it's just
you don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. I mean, it's crazy.
You don't know, but he showed the intestinal fortitude. Like that was a knockdown drag out fight, and it was one for the ages, right? But then he got to the point where he had a fighter in Jimmy Young that was boxing him, and he ended up losing in a 12-round, 15-round decision, whatever it was. And when he went to the dressing room, that's when he ended up coming to his religious epiphany, whatever it is that he came. And I'm not, boo-hooing on whatever it is that he experienced in that moment.
Right.
But I'm just saying like that the Ali fight was kind of the starting point of his new beginning. So then after that, so then he goes through his experience after the Jimmy Young fight. He goes like 10 years, 12 years, and he comes back into boxing, whatever. And he's this whole new different dude, because I remember the George Foreman that they were telling me about was a dude who was so mean and so like you couldn't really talk to George Foreman. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's just like really difficult to deal with.
Right.
He comes back and he's this guy who's so gregarious and so easy to deal with and like so easy to the approach and all of that type of stuff. And so,
it's that transformation. It's that transformation. I mean, look at it. Tyson went through that transformation. He went through right now. Like it's just, like boxing is gonna give you these stories, and a lot of times, like,
and it was a transformation, not only in, it was like a holistic type of thing, like the same thing that you saw as far as your approach of being able to deal with a George Foreman, as far as being able to like communicate with him outside the ring, but it was also inside the ring. He became more calm. He was like this big, like he was so calm. Like the George Foreman that you saw in 1974 that would knock the hell out of you out he could knock you out in the 90s, but it was just different because he was so calm. You know what I'm saying? And you might be able to, on the flip side of that, in the 70s, you might be able to catch him. You know what I mean? But nobody was able to be able to deal with that because he was too powerful. He was too strong. He was too quick and all that type of stuff too with the punch he was delivering. 90, when you try to hit George Foreman, he was able to absorb those punches because he was just so calm. You know what I'm saying? Like it was just a little different in terms of his approach.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I can't wait for, you know what I'm saying? That's why I can't wait for it to come out. You know what I'm saying? Definitely go check it out. But it's just you have so many fighters that have so many different stories, and sometimes you just, as a fight fan, like you gotta take the time to actually like get educated.
But G though, like, so with that being said, this guy's like, I think Tyson said that he didn't want to really have to face a George Foreman at that particular time.
Yeah.
Even though you would think that he would demolish George Foreman. You know what I'm saying? Like he's so fast and so quick. Like you just
he knew what time it was though. Like that's what I'm saying. Like he knew what time it was. Like it was just some dudes that it was not only the skill, but it was the aura on top of the skill. Yeah. And that's what George Foreman represents. Like he represents, there's a lot of guys with skill, but when he made that transformation that you're talking about, like George Foreman, before the Ali loss, he had an aura about him, but it was fear. Fear is not an aura. Like fear is not an aura. Like fear is a temporary feeling. Like nobody stays in fear of somebody for the rest of their life. Like fear is a temporary feeling. Like it's gonna go away at some point. But when you have that aura about you, that and it's not fear, like it's hard for anyone to overcome that. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, like you're trying to overcome somebody with aura, like it's almost larger than life. You know what I'm saying? Like George Foreman became larger than life after the Ali loss. Tyson became larger than life after the Buster Douglas loss. You know what I'm saying? Like it's really about how you recover from the loss, from the adversity and things like that. And that's why boxing is just like a great segue to life. I know, Legend, I know you gotta go, bro.
I still got it. Still got an interview call.
Close it out. One thing, Legend, before you go ahead and close us out, is that I think that with Foreman and him and Tyson, I think what Tyson recognized was that he was short. Like Tyson, like 5'10", 5'11". Like that's being generous.
Right.
And so and what he brings to the table was very similar to what a lot of guys that Foreman likes to deal with. Like you think about him and Frazier, like he beat the fuck out of he beat the mess out of Frazier because of the fact that of what he brought to the table. You know what I'm saying? Like that just was in his wheelhouse. The little dude trying to come in and you trying to bully me. Like, I'm the bully. Like, you're not gonna bully. Like, that's one thing you're not gonna do. Like, you might outbox me, you might, trick me into certain little different things, but you're not going to just out whoop me, especially no little dude. And I think that's what Tyson was. His knowledge of the sport. Like, Tyson was really sharp. Like, he's really one of the smartest dudes.
Facts.
When it came to boxing, whatever. You listen to him articulate himself and stuff that he was saying, he knew the game well, and that's the reason why he didn't really want to, mess around with Big George.
Agree, bro. Agree. Legend, it's on you, bro.
Yeah, man. Yeah, like I said, man, I'm gonna let you guys head out, and I'm gonna just skim through these comments and I close it out. But yeah, man. G5 Jeff TV, the Goodfellas podcast, Wilton, last one's at the bar in this corner, man. We came together and gave y'all something special, man.
For sure, man. Big shout out to the legend, man. Yeah, stuff legend doing right now, man. It's great. You know what I'm saying? Just seeing this progression way before he even started, podcasts and interviews and stuff like that, man. Like, just to watch your brother progress, you know what I'm saying, from the ground to, where you at right now, man. It's a beautiful thing. Will, big shout out to you, bro. Pretty sure we're gonna have way more boxing convos, and we just going, you know what I'm saying, we just gonna link up, you know what I'm saying. Legend, big shout out to you. I'm up out of here. Will, I'm gonna get with you on the gram. Legend, hit me up, bro, man. I appreciate you guys, man.
All right, salute.
All right, bro.
Much love, baby. Before
I'm gonna get with you.
But before you get out, you know what I'm saying? Like, I know G5, do you practice like Ramadan and all that? You know what I'm saying?
Not really. I'm familiar with it, but not really. To be honest with you, I really don't know enough to follow it. I guess that's kind of the best way for me to really answer that.
My bad, bro.
No, you good. No, you good.
The reason I asked that, half the guys I be talking to in Philly, you know what I'm saying? Like, they are practicing. That's the only reason.
Oh no, that's no, and no, that's a fair question too, because like, and the thing is, like, I know enough about it to where there's a lot of, so Philly's like troubled, really, really troubled. Like, and there's a lot of people that are Muslims that's in Philly, and when you really break down what a Muslim is all about and in the book, and everything, is a lot of people that's not, they only following some of the things in the book.
Gotcha.
And they're not following all the things in the book. But again, I love having them conversations with people because I want to know about that in its truest essence. You know what I'm saying? Like, because you hear a lot of stuff, you see a lot of stuff, but I think a lot of people should just take the time to listen to someone that's actually going to break down that, you know what I mean, in its essence. And to be honest, it's kind of hard to find somebody to actually break that down. Like, you know what I mean? Because I think people had this perception of just religions, period. And it's based off of media, social media, TV, and stuff like that. And I know it's a lot deeper than that. You know what I mean?
I feel you, family. Only reason I was asking is because you a knowledgeable guy. You know what I'm saying? And the stuff that you saying is so concrete, it's so succinct. You know what I'm saying? And I'm the opposite. You know what I'm saying? Like when I've been watching, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I'm sitting up here sipping.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why.
Mine downstairs. So you know what I'm saying?
That's the reason why I'm talking. You know what I'm saying? So
nah, it's cool, man. I listen, man. Like I said, man, I got off work. I ain't know I was gonna be chopping it up for a couple hours. Like, but it's just, but things happen for a reason. Like, you know what I'm saying? And it's at one point, Legend and I was on a show, and we had this same conversation. Couple hours, 2, 3, 4 hours. And I'm like, all right, cool, Legend, what you trying to do? And he like, yo, I think I want to start a joint. Legend to tell you, I hopped on the phone with him. We was on the phone for like 2-3 hours straight.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I was
That's
just like,
how I be.
yo,
That's how I be, G. I'm
that's
like I
how
said,
I
man.
be. That's how I be, bro. Like, and it's like when the real link up, man, it don't matter if you done known them for 5 minutes or for 5 years.
Yeah,
The
that's
real
what I'm
link up,
saying.
man,
That's,
it's gonna connect. You know what I'm
that's
saying?
that's the point I was trying to make, though, homie. Like you know your stuff, and that's why I'm appreciative of that. I'm appreciative of the fact that Legend allowed us to go ahead and link up like this.
For
But at
sure.
the end of the day, we talking about King Rod, and we talking about Gervonta Tank Davis, man, and those dudes. I really appreciate the fact that they ended up squaring off. You know what I mean? Because it was a lot to lose between both guys.
Facts.
And at the end of the
Facts.
day, Tank came out on top, and I picked Ryan to win the fight. But at the same time, it was because of the fact that I thought that Tank didn't put himself in a position where he was fighting the best opposition. But he's a cold dude, man.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah. We need more
moving forward,
nights like it.
yeah, I'm saying. Last thing I'm gonna say is this, and I'm gonna leave it up to you, fellas, is that he's gonna be tough to beat because he's so damn talented, man. You know what I'm saying? Then you couple that with the fact that he's fighting at this level where he is drawing this type of attention in these type of mega events. That even if he's fighting guys who have the ability to beat him, they're not used to those type of events that they're going to be a part of dealing with him. You know what I'm saying?
Nice.
So shout out to Tank, man.
Big shout out, man. Hey, bro, we gonna definitely catch up, man, for sure, man. I'll probably hit you up on the grand tomorrow. Legend, I'm gonna get with you. I'm gonna take my black ass bed, but I'm gonna get with y'all tomorrow, bro.
All right.
Much love, though, G.
Much love to you, bro. I'm gonna get with you, bro.
Yes,
All
sir.
right.
Yeah.
Peace. You staying on, bro? I'm just gonna run through these comments, man.
Yeah, do your thing. Do your stuff, man.
Yeah, man, it's a lot. I'm just gonna start. I don't even know where I was at, to be honest. Yeah, it's a lot of them, man, because William Byron was going in, so Garcia had the deck stacked against him. That's the only thing disappointing, in my opinion. Like, none of us liked the stuff that was in the contract, so Gary, wrestling promoter, not true at all. You listen to actual boxing experts here. None of these guys are telling you about the professional wrestling. So please go to sleep. Go sleep those drinks off. They were still beefing, man. Garcia deserves a rematch. As simple as that. I can't thank G5 Jeff TV enough for what he said about the young people in boxing gyms growing up in North Wilmington, Delaware. Like, the episode I did with Mike No Joke Stewart, he fought a lot in Delaware, but he always said that Delaware just doesn't have enough boxing gyms. William Bond, I was in the Boys and Girls Club, and guys like Mrs. Shabazz and Alfonso Williams gave me fundamentals, and it changed the course of my life. So imagine kids of color who had it worse than I did, okay? So we need places like that for kids today. Gary Wrestling Promoter of prayers in schools, that would fix it. I'm not sure what he's referring to. I mean, I was in the shelters with a teenage mom, and I promise you prayers didn't change what kids in poverty go through. It's part of it, but poor children in impoverished areas need platforms to excel. And they need foundations to go off and do great things. They're going at it, man. Said blah, blah, blah. The regional stuff is crazy. Delaware calls it subs. New Jersey calls it hoagies. Detroit calls it heroes. Hey, man, there's a place in Delaware called...
he talking about those when I was talking about the like having you a steak and cheese.
Yeah. There's a place in Delaware. I don't know if you ever heard of it, called Tenderbones.
Mm-mm.
And so Tenderbones have, I think it's 3-pound cheesesteaks, and I think it's like $15, and it just comes the way they give it to you. You can't tell them what you want on it. It just comes the way they give it to you. It's like $15, and they got
Does it taste good though?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So they got 2 of them, but one location is like their main location. Then they got a secondary location. They both in Delaware. Yeah. So Gary Wrestling promoter, I think I read Garcia, the girls rematch. He said that already. He said no, he doesn't. Good night, T. Finney, 3319. Like I said, man, appreciate him coming on. Hope you will be fair to Garcia in the future. I don't know if he's saying that to me or to Wilson. He is to William. I meant he is the face to save boxing. One of the issues with Broner, as you guys all know, is lack of control. They used to compare him to Floyd, and the key difference there is that when Floyd came up, his dad was the boss. And Broner's camp, Broner was the boss telling his dad what to do. It's a shame because Broner's still one of the biggest waste of actual ability in boxing history. Like, I know G5 always said that Broner had always had a lot of yes men in his camp. The reason Don King stays corny like that is because his persona is marketable, so he doesn't want to change with the times. He wants people to equate him with his 80s heyday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't like Don King had like Stavern and stuff like I said. I didn't like that card that Stavern had, man. It just looked like so low budget, man. Like especially to be like a former, world champion, because that's when he was most famous. From his 90s comeback really was inspirational. I'm 44, and in the 90s when I was a kid, he was so present as a TV pitchman and such. As G5 Jeff TV, he had 2 arrows. Because that movie, man, the guy that's playing as him don't look nothing like him. Because when I heard about Rumble in the Jungle, Foreman being the Tyson of his day, I was like 13 years old. I was like, Foreman, what? I recommend the documentary When We Were Kings.
Yes, that's cool. Yes,
yeah, I think I may have seen it or seen some of it, but I know about it. And the HBO show Legendary Nights about Foreman's fight with Moore, which is available on YouTube. It's inspirational. Looks like that's what the upcoming biopic is about. Yeah. So sorry for all the comments, Ty. You good, man. We was cooking. Like I said, we be cooking anyway. Gabriel Reeves, Ali, George, Lewis, Holmes, Tyson. I guess that's the top 5. Yeah, everything else is for me. Yeah, he said, oh, this was a great night. More to come. Thanks to the legend and his guests. Much respect. Yeah, like, man, this was the longest one I've done, man. Like, I kind of felt like maybe you and G5 weren't going to come on. I knew both of y'all told me, Chris was saying he'll come on after the fight because he had company. I know you were saying you would come on after the fight, but like I said, when G5 texted me, said he was on his way home, I didn't think he was getting on. But like I said, man, all 3 of us came together and like first time, like shoot, man, we cooked up something, man. Like 4 hours, over 4 hours, man. It's the longest one I've done.
Man, I appreciate you. Appreciate the invite. Appreciate the convo with G for a second, and then also with G5, man. You know what I mean? All y'all, man. Y'all know y'all stuff. So
yeah,
it's all good, man. It's all love, and hopefully we can do this more in the future.
Right. Yeah. And you know, one thing I thought of, man, like you and like you saying, you in VA, I'm in Maryland, G5, Philly, like we all on like, the eastern part of the US, man. We all got our podcast. So like we doing it, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yeah, man. So like I said, man, I'm still supposed to do that interview with Kaufman, man. So if we doing it, man, I gotta get some rest, man. So like I said, man, salute to you. Appreciate you coming on, man.
Man, do me a favor though, Ty. Message me like when you go ahead and do your thing with Kaufman.
All right.
Just send me a message though.
All right, got you.
All right, man. Appreciate everything. I'm out there, homie.
All right, then.
All right, peace.
Peace. Yeah, man. Y'all witnessed the 19th live coverage in the In This Corner podcast. It's your host, the legend, Ty Finney. I'm out, man. Salute. Peace. 4 hours and 10 minutes strong, man. This was a long one for sure. I'll be back at it again, real soon with Travis Kaufman, hopefully if everything goes according to plan. So we out, man. See y'all again soon.